Morning, y'all. You know the drill. You can scroll to around 3 to 4 minutes because I got to do my setup and my little selfie. I trust all of you are doing great. Talking about worry today. Worrying for praying for something you do not desire. So, it's going to be an interesting talk. Today is going to be a little bit shorter on the stream because I have stuff to do today. So, putting my worry, I have to still smile though. Perfect, okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep, it's good. Yep, it's good. Give some likes. I'm just checking something. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, cool. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Another stick here. What's up, people? Well, somebody left me a stick, so I get another stick to play with. Pause on that. Let's get the water flowing there. Oh. I'm sure morning, y'all. Damn. That's why I have water to wash my hands. The clouds just came in. Everybody should start rolling in shortly. Morning. Morning. Hello, Super Website Hero. Good to have you on. Just gonna wait a moment. Something in my shoe. Every time like I walk, sometimes like stuff go in my shoe all the time. Get out. I'll wait a little bit. And I see that my mic was like that. Well, we're talking about worry today, y'all. I want to start off by saying, like, you know, when we worry, we're always worrying about the worst case scenario. And when we're worrying about the worst case scenario, it blocks us from the infinite flow. Now, of course, the reason why we worry is because we want to see evidence. We want to see proof. We want to see that things are working out for us. But you know, sometimes the things that are meant to happen, you cannot see right away. You know, I would have never thought in a million years, 2-3 years ago, I'd be here in this moment right now. Back then I was worrying about, like, okay, I'm an entrepreneur now. How am I going to start making money, right? Because like I have to live, I have to survive. Without money in this universe, in this world, you're basically, there's not much you can really do unless you live on a farm and you grow your own food and you're living off grid, right? But our world is designed where, unfortunately, without that thing called money, you're not really going to get too far. In the physical, that is. But you know, it's funny because like a lot of us, our biggest worry is about money, or it's about being alone. And you know, the thing is, the more we keep focusing and placing our attention on the very thing we think we're lacking, we will eventually lack it. Because the universe, it's a paradoxical way of being, but the way the universe works is if you are placing your attention on, I don't have this thing, then the universe will say that you don't have this thing. So it's like saying, you know, I'm never going to make it. And you worry about you're never going to make it. So guess what? You're focusing on I'm never going to make it. And then you place your worries and that energy of like whatever it is, fear, being afraid, scared, like terror, and you magnify it and amplify it with your emotions, and thus the universe can only give you where you currently are. And so I have to remind everyone whenever I can, when you're worrying, you're praying for something you do not want. There are going to be people who are going to throw worry at you, though. They're going to be like, I worry about your safety, Orion. I worry that when you're taking a walk in a trail, a bear is going to come out at you. See, they're putting out worry and fear. But if you don't entertain their worry and fear, then nothing will happen. But if you start entertaining their worry and fear, then shit's going to probably happen. This is why, like, it is important to always pay attention to what someone is saying and the underlying meaning of what they're actually saying. For me, I will never put worry out for anybody, because I know that each of you are so capable beyond measure to bring forth whatever it is without any problems, because if you've been to this channel now, you already know who you are. So the question that you should be asking yourself is, what is there to worry about? Look, it brought you to this moment in time. You're still here. Sure, you might have bills to pay. We all have bills to pay. It was all choices and decisions, though, to get to that point. Some of it may have not felt like a choice. Some of it may have felt like you had no choice. And I know, different parts of the world, different rules. Different rules, different reality. I was... Neo, when he showed up yesterday, I spoke to him the night before on Discord, and he was sharing to me that, you know, in Egypt, there's a lot of things you just can't do. Like, and if you attempted to do it, you'd be arrested immediately. Whereas in like North America, it's a little bit more relaxed in that sense. There's more freedom. So it's just funny how certain parts of the world dictate a lot of our experience, and like you're just not able to change. Like, had I grown up in Egypt, I wouldn't be the person I am today. There's no way. Zero. Nada. What's up, Vendetta? Good to see you, dude. And so, like, you know, it's fascinating that our environment governed our experience. And then, of course, like, in my reality, where I grew up in Toronto, Canada, like, very abundant place, but also lots of fear-mongering because, you know, prices keep going up. Since I was a child, even as a child, prices were going up. You know, the thing is, like, the price of gas has gone up a lot. Like, I remember when I was a child, like, I was 6 years old, and I could remember, I never understood, like, the pricing of gas. I'm like, I asked my dad when he was driving me when I was 6 years old, what does that number mean exactly? It was like 40 cents a liter. I had no idea what that meant. And he explained to me that every liter you pump is only going to be 40 cents. So 40 cents times however many liters. I'm like, oh, got it. Because I always see the number would fluctuate here and there, but it would always stay around the 40 to 50 cent mark. Now, during COVID, as COVID hit, you know, price of gas went. I remember paying 59 cents for a liter of gas, which was, whoa. I was like, fuck yeah. Got so much mileage out of that $20 that I put in. $20 actually filled up my tank. $20 now can't fill up even probably like half the tank. So it's just fascinating how we, you know, our environments dictate a lot of our worries. Let's see who's here. Evie, good to see you. It's a little cloudy. It's gonna rain today. I have a meeting at 1 o'clock, so I have about 4 hours and 30-ish minutes before my meeting. I have to jump off my live stream, so I decided to get in the stream a little bit earlier and just talk about worrying. Because worrying, this is a universal principle. Worrying is praying for something you do not want. Because when you worry, think about it. You're putting out energy like, be careful out there, be careful out there, be safe out there. I know you care, but the underlying energy is of fear. Like when you tell someone, you know, be careful out there, be safe out there, have a safe flight, drive safe, right? Most people underneath those words is actually of fear. It's not of like joy, right? Because why else would you say that? Because you're worrying about them potentially not making it to their destination, right? Because we see time and time again that things can and does happen. But the thing is, if the person takes on that fear of that other person saying, yeah, be careful out there, I'm worried about you, you know, be safe, be safe, be safe. Well, guess what? Then you amplify what they just said. They're amplifying it, you're amplifying it, and then guess what? It gets stronger and it might manifest into your physical form. Right? Morning. So like the more you keep focusing on like worry, like worrying about something that won't potentially happen, because that's the thing we tend to do. We always worry about like the worst case scenario. How about we start to acknowledge the best case scenario? Right? Why don't we do that? Because the world is designed to make sure that you stay where you are. That's a bar, write it down. Unfortunately, the world is designed to make sure that you stay right where you are, not moving forward and always in fear, so that when you're in fear, you can't think properly. And if you're worrying, you can't think properly either, because your emotions are hijacking your prefrontal cortex. And of course, as you're fearing or worrying about something, you're setting it even deeper into your subconscious mind, which runs 95% of your show that you're watching on Earth. I've been worrying a lot lately, and I know it's so true that you're putting that negative frequency out there, but it's hard when you're overwhelmed. I guess it takes practice. So, yes, it's designed to do that, and it's normal, and it's okay. Remember, just don't beat yourself up when you're feeling it. But know this: as you're feeling it, you have the power in every present moment to shift the experience. Right? It can't, you know, that's the thing about the world. It's here to overwhelm you. It's here to distract you. It's here to keep you playing small and stuck. Because like a human who understands the rules of the game cannot be governed. Of course, you still follow the rules that are in place. Like, you know, you don't run a red light, or you know, you don't go and someone, right? But you know, common sense, a little bit of common sense for humans goes a long way. However, you know, when you know who you are, nothing can affect you, because you know you're one with the infinite, because you are the infinite playing a human character. Now, the problem is the mind is going to create all kinds of stories of the worst case scenarios, because it's like, what if this is going to happen? What if that's going to happen? I got to have all my ducks in a row. And if I don't have my ducks in a row, then this potentially could happen. And I might run into this, and da-da-da-da-da. And then guess what happens? You run into that energy that's going to keep you kind of like stuck. I was actually talking to a sister on the way here. Her name is Dina. She was actually one of the first people I've ever met on the trail, because I would see her on passing, and I would say hello. And from her, it actually sprung through me connecting with so many people, Ripple. And I was sharing with her as we were walking here. She's going to be walking back shortly. I was sharing with her that a lot of people get stuck based on the beliefs that they have. And they get stuck with their traumas. And a trauma, what is a traumatic experience? Something that is super duper heavy in emotion that alters your state of being. But you can also have an extraordinary or a transcendental experience that can also do the same thing in reverse. Right? You can have such a blissed out moment where you can never go back to like the way you once were. But the thing is, most of us, unfortunately, due to how the world works presently, like the collective, not us, but collectively how the world is working, is designed to make you worry about when shit is about to happen, how shit's going to happen, and to always be on guard and be vigilant and make sure you're ready always to like fight or like attack or defend or whatever, without living in a state of the now. Because a person who lives in the now and knows the principles of reality, you're good. The world can't affect you. Why do you think the rich people right now, they're coasting on by? There's no worries in the world. It's funny because they don't care about money, so money comes to them, so they don't worry about money. But the rest of us who have been like struggling and worried about paying our bills, it's funny, the more we worry, the more it gets pushed away and it becomes harder. And then we have to do all these 10 million things, and then we get overwhelmed. And guess what? You get ensnared into the trap. And then, of course, the people around you, if they're complaining or they're worrying about something as well, shit happens as well, too. Let me see what you wrote, Evie. And, hey, Lottery, good to see you. So, Lottery, Evie, you know, on the same talk, I was bothered by a negative entity days ago. My friend asked if it still is. I said, no, it hasn't shown up. Then last night I got attacked by the entity. This after my friend said, maybe it's biding its time and gonna come back to get you. Why would you speak negativity over my life like that? So the thing is, your friend, I don't know the intention of your friend. I have zero idea what the intention of your friend is. But I do know one thing. They said what they said, but I can give you a different perspective. It was for you to, in that moment, and now you're gonna hear the perspective, to master yourself, because you've been here a few times now that the power of your words can affect, or it can create or destroy something. And if you also adhere to something that someone says, then you get governed by their words. So in the moment when your friend said maybe that entity is biding its time, right? Somewhere deep in your subconscious, you believe that to be true. And unfortunately, due to that feeling, it got manifested. Now, it's okay. I'm going to tell you right now that entity will no longer be a part of your experience. And if it does show up, guess what? You're so much more powerful than the entity, because the entity has to be with you and has to finesse you, because that's how powerful you are. Because it knows when the time is up, the time is up. The entity will attempt to always come back, but you're so much more powerful than you realize. From the mental realm, you are so fucking powerful. Like, there's no word to explain how fucking powerful you are, Evie, and that goes for everyone else. In the physical, it seems like we're helpless, but we're not helpless, because it's your inner world that springs your outer world. And so the perspective I have for you on that entity or whatever is, I'm not saying to be oblivious or be ignorant to it. If it exists, it exists, but guess what? Until you adhere to its power over you, it has no power over you. You have power over it. In fact, it has to listen to you, not the other way around. This is why it's important that I talk about the mind every day, because thank you for sharing your experience, by the way. I appreciate it. It's not easy sometimes to be vulnerable on a live stream, to share your experience with others, but this is a safe space, so you can share whatever you want. And so, because of that, right, you have so much more power over that entity. But right now it doesn't feel like that, because the mind has been distracted and overwhelmed. So it's like you're getting beat down, so you have like no energy to handle the entity. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So right now, what you're going to be starting to do is to slow down and stop entertaining a lot of the negative garbage that is being said around you. Of course, it's all choice, right? If you choose to entertain it. Because ultimately, like, we want people to just like leave us alone, right? Like I'm in an environment where my parents, they complain about money all the time. In fact, after the stream was done yesterday, they were arguing about money. They got into a kid fight. It's like two fucking adults and two kids in adult bodies fighting about money, because they clearly still don't know how reality works. And so they keep springing that over and over, because like one says it's like this, one does it like this, but one wants this person to fucking relax and stop, and the other just keeps antagonizing the other. So then, of course, that antagonizes that person, because they both entertain, because they simply have forgotten that the answer starts with them. And I've shared with them both, but they choose not to listen. So if you don't listen, that's their choice. And unfortunately, they keep perpetuating their cycle. I do not play their game. That's why I came here to do it differently. That's why I'm also moving Even if they were great, loving parents, and they're good people at the soul level, at the mind level, well, questionable. I wouldn't still be with them because I have something important to do anyways. So for them, like, my time with them is ticking. And their clocks are ticking as well. And I can see both of them, unfortunately, they're going to live with regret. Because of all of the crap that they've been taking on and worrying about bullshit. They keep telling themselves they're not smart, they're street smart, but they don't have education and blah, 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 blah. Fuck that. There are people who don't have education and they're fucking billionaires. Come on. Come on now. So they keep perpetuating the worry about money. I don't say a word anymore. Like, I'm done. I've literally put myself in my own dimension. Like, I'm in that house, but I'm in my own dimension. I don't interfere with their shit. Like, it has no bearing on me anymore. I used to internalize it, and I would worry about money when I would internalize someone else's thing. Because the thing about us as humans, we either emotionally observe it from someone else's experience or we experience it directly in our experience. And because I've seen my parents struggle and fight and worry about money, that was a source of my problem for most of my life about, like, will I ever have enough? Will I die not having enough? Blah, 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 blah. All kinds of stupid ass beliefs were embedded, and that's the entity, by the way, that's another entity, also known as a spiritual organism, that now takes hostile in your head. Hostile? No, that's not the word. It takes refuge in your head, and it takes a mental real estate, and it doesn't want to go because you've created it. But now it's time for it to get packing and get out, or sit down and be quiet, and I will handle the business. And you just sit there and just relax. So this is what the mind does. It creates these stories, and these stories become the entity. Morning. Are you good? Good stuff. And so that's what's happening with a lot of people's minds. In fact, that's what's happening in almost everybody's head who is struggling and suffering right now at its core. Since the live stream is a little quieter today, I have the ability to keep reading the chat. I've been doing a lot of reprogramming. Hold on, it's up to, I'm going to scroll back up and read everything. No, I hear you. It's up to us whether we accept it or not, and it played on my thoughts, so I'm aware that it was literally my fault that it happened. It's okay. I've been doing a lot of reprogramming of my subconscious and developing a healthier mindset, a stronger one, but there's a lot of reprogramming first, like fears deeply ingrained, and yeah, I'm aware that just typing that out is affirming it. I really need to work on my words, but I'll get there. That time is real. Guess what? I'll give you a quick little hack right now, a quick little shift. You're already there. It may seem like you have to go reprogram anything, but you're not really reprogramming. You're deprogramming. Because reprogramming implies... so let me give you a little breakdown of programming, reprogramming, and deprogramming from a computer nerd like me. Programming, you're putting in the code, right? You're starting off with the code. Blank slate, putting in code, whatever it is. Good code, bad code, it's just the code. Reprogramming, you're attempting to overwrite the code without removing the code first by putting a code over another code, right? And so, like the reprogram aspect, I used to say reprogramming your subconscious mind, but that doesn't work. It can, but it doesn't really work that well, because if you're reprogramming but you haven't dealt with the shit by deprogramming the original code, by removing, that deprogram is removing the code, the original code, removing the code first and then programming back the new code, or that's where you can call reprogramming, better code, is better, because most people, when they're saying reprogramming, generally they don't deal with the shit first, remove the old coding, and then they put the new coding in place. Most people attempt to put the new coding on top of the old coding. It doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. And because it doesn't work, you end up getting frustrated and stuck, and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? And then you're like, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years pass by, you're like, what the fuck? What the hell's going on here? Wait for that airplane to fly over. So, I would say deprogram first. You're deprogramming your subconscious mind, and then you're going to program the new code. And the deprogramming is feeling all the shit that you need to feel. It's not saying a bunch of affirmations. It's none of that. It's literally sitting down with your deepest fears, your deepest held beliefs, by asking questions like, what is it that I currently believe is true about myself? Or another one would be, what am I fearing right now? What is the biggest fear I have in life? And then you would go and ask yourself, well, why do you fear that? And then you keep asking why, you keep asking why until you get to a point where there's no more ability to answer. You get to the core of it. And then you sit with it. From there, once you finish sitting with that feeling, and it might take you a day, it might take you a week, it might take you a month, it might take you a year. It all really depends on how long it's going to take, based on like how much emotions have been has been bubbling up and built up and has been creating in your life. Ultimately, what's going to happen eventually is that you're going to free yourself from that trap. And then you can start to program the new stuff, because you're no longer holding on to the emotional charge from the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind uses emotion. It doesn't use logic. Unfortunately, I wish that's how it worked, but the subconscious mind does not use logic. It doesn't give a shit about logic. It uses all emotion. Emotions override logic 100% of the time until you mastered yourself, and then logic can help to control your emotions. What we got? Gotcha. Well, I'm glad I still asked. I'm glad I still went there. I'm still glad I shared that. Yeah, it's literally reprogram without unprogram the old code, and your mind is like, huh, what's this? This isn't the way I usually do it, and it gets confused. The shadow work is so hard though, having to confront all of the old programming first, understanding it, and then freeing yourself from it. It is. Yeah, that's going to be the greatest work you do though. The greatest work you do in life is going to be that very work there. The greatest story that'll ever be told is your story, and the greatest work you ever do is on you. And I'll tell you right now, yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be, days are going to feel like, what the fuck? Like, why can't I get out of it? It's going to be hard. But it's because of the meanings we give it, right? We give it the meaning that it's hard. Because in that moment, we don't understand the concept of like giving meaning to things until you're aware of it prior, and then you can go into your experience and make it easier for yourself. But like when I had to do shadow work in 2023, actually I started in 2021, but the bulk of it was in 2023, and then the last bit of it was in 2024. The shadow work in 2024, there was one evening, Evie, that I had to go through and figure out, why do I never get the woman of my dreams? Like, why is it that I always have to keep doing all this extra bullshit that other men don't have to do when it comes to women? I was holding on to beliefs that, like, I'm still ugly, women see me as their, like, friend zone type of dude, that I'm not the 6'5" hulking muscle man, like, that they are looking for. At the time, I wasn't making six figures because I was now an entrepreneur, and I'm starting my business now. So, I had all these deep-seated beliefs about what women wanted in a man. that I part of me didn't feel confident. So like I had to sit one evening. I was in the room, and I just laid down, and I just started feeling everything I could. There was crying, there was anger, there was frustration, but I was on the ground. I was just laying on the ground. I laid there for 9 hours straight. No breaks, no nothing. I brute force this thing, and I've told the body, like, we gotta sit here and do this. Like, we have no choice. I started around like 5:30 in the afternoon, and I finished around, what is that? What is it? 9 hours, like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I was just like on the ground, just like, and letting things and dissolving the feeling. One of the biggest one, and it's so silly, but you know, these things hold us hostage, was a little girl at 5 years old, and I was 5 years old, and she told me that I'm the ugliest monster in the class. She's like, "Look, Mom, look, an ugly monster." And her mom was picking her up from school, and I internalized that as like, I'm ugly. And ever since I was 5 years old, I always had this deep-seated belief that I was ugly, because some little girl who also didn't know how her brain was working back in the day, because you know, kids say the darndest things, right? She basically said that I'm ugly, so I've internalized that all my life, right? You go your entire life thinking that you're ugly, right? Because what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Because like as a child, 5 years old, that was a very emotional and traumatic experience. It was just her words. And they say, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me." Oh, your words can definitely hurt you, all right. Words go so much more deeper than we realize. That's why I keep talking about your words. Your words are what govern your actions. So when they say actions speak louder than the words, that's not true at all. In fact, your words are what govern your actions, and then you take action based on your words. I'm going to read the chat in a moment. I promise I'll read it, because there's some good stuff that's being left in the chat today. So I held on to that belief, and that belief spurred on. Bye, have a great one, Dina. Thank you. And so like I held on to that belief over and over, and guess what? It perpetuated in other women to keep proving my confirmation of me being ugly and inferior and like a monster to other women. So like anytime I would even get remotely close to someone that I like, the body and the mind was self-sabotage, because it didn't feel safe, because I was questioning myself. I was worrying, are they gonna like me? Like, will I have to, like, you know, I have to wear a mask? I was wearing a mask all my life, basically, until I removed the mask. And the mask was to keep me safe, because that little girl at 5 years old told me at 5 years old that you're an ugly monster. And that alone created a ripple. I thank her for that, though. I hold no blame to her whatsoever. And I'm like, if you go back in hindsight, like, it's kind of ridiculous that as children we take on all these things, but as adults we still hold on to these things. It's kind of ridiculous as adults to still hold on to these beliefs. Because when you're seeing somebody acting out, they're acting out based on something that happened in childhood. An adult has more consciousness, generally speaking, to know how to handle things. But when you see somebody getting triggered, or like they're in their business meeting and their idea gets rejected, that's because their child version got rejected somewhere in life, and then you see them shut down and they go like, they want to like themselves. All things generally stem from your childhood, not from your adulthood. It does happen, shit does happen in your adulthood, but the problems are actually stemming from your childhood. Gotta hack the program. All right, I'm going to scroll up and read. I'm going to read what's going on in chat. What do we got? All right, so we had JS. It definitely uses logic if you are saying
that it is illogical, that's stupid. Why would you believe in something illogical? I think you more so mean intuitively. Kind of, but it's still, the subconscious mind doesn't use logic. It's illogical, it's irrational, because emotions transcend logic. But yes, it is a bit of intuitively as well. Yeah. The subconscious mind will question the conscious mind will question the subconscious mind, or question the subconscious straight up, just accept. Yeah, it can be such an uncomfortable process when challenging the old beliefs. It's not enjoyable. Then again, you could also just program it in that it just is enjoyable. Hey, Anonymous, good to see you. And yes, EV, exactly. You see, it's like one thing after the next. Like you're saying, like, yes, it's gonna be hard, right, to change the program, but then you can put the program that's gonna be easy to change the program, right? But in order to get there, you have to be aware of how to do that. And how do you get there? Well, it's starting to tap in more into being in the now and feeling things of how easy things can be. Or somebody mirroring back to you a perspective and taking on a perspective that could help you, potentially. Is that Jeanette? I think that's Jeanette. It is. Hello. Good morning, sister. Good to see you. So, when we worry about things, we forget how powerful we are, especially from the thought level. Now, not all thoughts are created equal, but sometimes we internalize those thoughts to a point where we make it so powerful that it then governs us. Like the fear of being alone. I'll use that one. That's a big fear. And worrying about, will I ever meet my partner? Will I ever be with my partner? Because, you know, one of the greatest fears we have is being alone, dying alone, right? You never get to be with your partner and you die alone. Because you worry about, like, things that can happen in the future. Bye, have a great day. Thank you. You worry about the future. You worry about, like, will you have enough money, enough this, enough that? And of course, because you're placing so much attention on that worry will then manifest because you're giving so much emotion to it. Because again, the subconscious mind doesn't care about logic. It is irrational and illogical, and it's literally things don't make sense to the subconscious mind. Like when you think about it, it's like, what the fuck is going on? But the thing is, it makes perfect sense to itself because that's how it works. It's 95% of illogical and irrational things that you will experience. The 5% or the 10% is the conscious mind. Hence why that's where that belief came from, where we say we only use 10% of our brain, right? That's where I picked up that belief that we only use 10% of our brain. But what the teacher should have said back in 1992 was, you only use 10% of your conscious brain, and you have another brain called the subconscious mind, or we have two minds. You have one called the conscious mind, one called the subconscious mind. You only use 10% of your conscious mind, and 95% is subconscious, which is using emotion. Of course, none of that was taught to us in school. None of that. So for us who grew up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, we were shit out of luck. Unless you had a parent who already knew this shit, or you just so happened to run into material that allowed you to understand the mind and the brain. But for the rest of us, we were basically cooked. Today's day and age, there's no excuse. Because it's all out there. The information's out there. There's so much information on the subconscious mind, it's wild. In fact, there's a little too much information. It's supposed to rain, by the way. I don't know when it's supposed to rain later on. Not right now, but the clouds are just rolling in. Let's see. CJ. They teach you nothing about the brain, indeed. Nothing. That's why they keep us programmed for grade 5, or not grade 5, 5 years old, or 4 years old for most, 4 to 17. How many years is that? 13 years? You go through 13 years of programming, essentially. 13 to 15 years, depending on how long you stay in school. 13 to 15 years to program you so that you don't know who you are. And then we run into like the problems of the earth. I'm going to scroll back up and read. I have a big fear of being misunderstood because of how people become angry and aggressive towards me and they misunderstand you. So now I also have an intense fear of being physically harmed. And now I'm putting that thought out into the field very bad. But here's the thing, Evie, don't worry. So this is the one trap that's going to happen. So you mentioned, I'll read everybody else's message, but this is important. I know you just said you just put it out into the field, but guess what? In that moment, you saying you're putting it out in the field, you can also say that it's not going to affect me. Because the trap of the mind is, oh my God, I'm putting it out in the field. So guess what? Now it's going to be out in the field. And guess what? Now shit's going to happen. And then, of course, you keep imbuing it with energy. And because you keep imbuing it with energy, it will eventually manifest if you keep adhering to it. But this is what you can do. Yeah, it's in the field. But now it's like whatever. It is what it is. It's gone. Just like that. Is it raining? I just felt a drop on my neck. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. So this is what happens this happens to every one of us. When we start to think of a negative thought, we then this is going to be a bar, so please make sure you're paying attention to this. I'm going to do my best to explain it. We think of the negative thought, then we think negatively about that negative thought, and then we think negatively about that negative thought, about being negative about that negative thought. And then guess what happens? We get stuck in a trap. So the only way to get out of that trap, morning, is simply not adhere to it. You may not be able to control your first thought, but you can definitely start controlling your second, third, fourth, fifth, so on and so forth. Because that's really what's happening. We thought a negative thought, and you're like, oh man, why did I think that thought? And then you start to feel negative about thinking that negative thought. And then when you start feeling negative about thinking that negative thought, you start to then feel negative about feeling negative. And then you start feeling negative about feeling negative about feeling negative. You see where the pattern is going? And once you understand how the pattern is going, morning, when you start to see the pattern, how it starts to happen, guess what happens? You can start to undo it. You can start to unravel it. Because there's nothing wrong with the thought itself. Zero. But there's everything wrong on how you perceive and how you handle it afterwards. So like, it's not what's happening in the moment, it's who you're being in that moment while it's happening. That's a bar, write it down. And so if something negative is happening, feel it. I'm not saying to not feel it. What I'm saying is to not give meaning that like, oh man, like this shit is like, I'm a terrible person now, that I'm thinking this thought about this, and like I'm a horrible person, and now you're feeling even more angry and more frustration and anger towards yourself because you thought of that thought, of having that thought of that thought, and it ultimately becomes a paradox. Everything's a fucking paradox on this planet. And when everybody gets to this understanding that everything's a paradox on this planet, you start to shift everything within. That's what happened to me during the summer last year. I started seeing everything as a paradox, and I'm like, so I'm getting mad, and I'm being negative about being negative about being negative about being negative. So in order to stop that spiraling down, I had to stop adhering to the meaning I was giving to the experience. I'm like, okay, yes, that experience happened, cool. What can I do in this moment? I can still continue to think negative about being negative about being negative, or I can start to, you know what? I was negative, but now in this moment, I'm going to focus and shift. Have a great day. And that's how it started for me. And then I started to lock in and see where I could start to see the different changes in my life, and where I was still holding on to like stupid things like money is hard to be made. Well, that idea that money is hard to be made is going to be the idea that you're subscribing to, that money is hard to be made. So I can say now money is easy to make, but you have to actually know it and feel it viscerally. Saying it logically doesn't do shit. The subconscious mind, again, does not give a fuck about your logic. It doesn't care that you can scream out, I am a billionaire. It doesn't give a shit about that. You can write it 10 million times. You can do 3-6-9 method all you want. But if you don't have emotional intensity or conviction behind your I am a billionaire, it doesn't matter about the technique. It's about the fuel that you give the technique. That's another bar. And if you don't have that fuel, then it doesn't really matter, because the subconscious mind will always win. And that's by going within and knowing what the fuck the subconscious mind is actually holding. That's why this is going to be the greatest work you ever do. That's why the clients hire me, because they can't see they can't see their own subconscious mind, but I can see it, because I have to go through my own. And technically they can see it, but they're starting to lock in now. But in the beginning, it's difficult, because you're like, what the fuck? The fuck is going on? Like, they don't know the principles of how the mind works. Most people know that we have a subconscious mind, but most people don't know that it uses emotion, not logic. That's why you can scream out affirmations, you can journal, you can script, you can do a vision board all you want. You can do any technique. It's not even about the technique. All techniques work, but it's not about the technique. It's about you giving the meaning and power to those techniques for it to work. You can write 3-6-9 all you want, but it doesn't do shit until you actually emotionally and intensely experience it and observe it within yourself, to know that you can have whatever it is that you're having and stop worrying about the thing you're worrying about. That was all a bar. Let's see. It is a mind fucking D, Jeanette. We feel bad to have things. Yep. I think, let me see. I'm just scrolling up and reading back some of the comments. I think I just thought that if I did anything for myself, or had anything, or was anything, it made others feel bad and I was selfish somehow. Yes, that's a belief, and we all have that belief, Jeanette. I had that too. When I started seeing everything as a paradox, I thought I was literally going insane. It was scary learning that nothing was as it seemed, and in fact, it was the total opposite. What a mindfuck. Indeed. Glad you guys are sharing your perspectives. It's cool. And you all are doing great. And yeah, CJ, self-perpetuating. If you know who you are, that would be dangerous for corporations, which are the real ones pulling the strings. Indeed. Andrew, you must know deployment rosters. What's, I don't know. That's some random comment, random person, random comment. Cool. I caught up. lend your soul to... Thank you. Anyways, let's get back. So, just to make sure you guys are aware, when something is happening in your reality, something difficult, something hard, something negative, and you start to feel negative about it, just remember, don't feel negative about feeling negative. Let the negative experience happen, but do your best to alter the meaning you give something. Like when the live stream sometimes gets... Morning, sister. When the live stream gets a little like distractive with like random like nonsense, I don't internalize it too much, if at all now, with my own emotions and getting like stirred up, and then like, ah, shit, like now I'm getting stirred up and I'm getting mad about getting mad, and then da-da-da, you see, and it becomes a fucking self-fulfilling prophecy, and it becomes, as CJ said, self-perpetuating. This is where, when you know thyself and you know how the mind works, it's really knowing yourself and how the mind works. That's when you've already won the game. That's why for you all, like, you've already won in my universe. You guys have already accomplished everything you needed to accomplish. Now you just are walking the path in your physical world, walking that path of the version of you that you want to meet. So Evie, I know you mentioned about like it feels wrong or feels bad to have things like that's what the family belief was. But that belief was instilled into them too. And it was instilled into their parents and their parents and their parents. Guess what? Each of you are a cycle breaker. You get to break the cycle now. Any one of you who find me, you're the cycle breaker of your family. You're the one. You're the one that's here to end that cycle for your family. Even though I don't subscribe to bloodlines, but unfortunately due to our bodies, we are tied to the bloodline of this body. Like, I was tied to my previous bloodline in a different family, in my previous incarnation. Not to get too deep into that. In this lifetime, I'm with this incarnation. I was with this family bloodline, and I came to break the curse. It's not a curse, really. It's just ending the cycle. The funny thing is, people talk about generational curses. That shit is an illusion. It's not a curse. That's just a made-up concept. Morning. How are you all? Good? Good stuff. I'm excellent. Thank you very much. So, generational curses don't actually exist. That idea, if you entertain it as real, then it does exist. But it actually doesn't exist because you are the one who gets to decide in every present moment that you get to shift your beliefs. Hence why, how can it exist when you know that you have the power? If it really existed, then I shouldn't be where I am. Quite literally, I'm doomed to fail. I'm doomed to repeat what my parents and their parents and their parents and their parents were doing. But here I am, being super, hyper, magically aware of what the fuck is going on. So, you can say curse is over, but the curse never existed. It's just someone using words to say, yeah, you've been generationally cursed, or you've cursed yourself and you've used words. And that's the thing about words. When you use a word, you then get subjected to that word and the laws of that word and the meaning of the word that you give power to. But you have the power in every present moment to not entertain words like generational curses. I haven't talked about generational curses at all. I know so I will say right about now, I've only scratched 10% of what I actually have talked about on this live stream. Only 10%. There's still 90% of things I haven't even mentioned. Morning. I haven't talked about a lot of different things. The only reason because it's not that it has no value. It's just that there's a lot of people who come on who will still be like, yeah, that's not... So there's no value in sharing some of the things that I have to share. But generational curses is not a real thing. I hate to break it to all the spiritual people out there that keep saying it's real. It ain't fucking real. It's only real if you decided it as real. That's why I came here to end a lot of the stupid spiritual shit that's on this planet. It's really fucking annoying to see all these spiritual people talking about all these stupid ass concepts. It has no bearing whatsoever. Zero. Zero. It only has bearing because you've decided that it has bearing in your life. So they keep self-perpetuating the trap, and then everyone else keeps getting ensnared in their trap. That's why I said you're catching a stray bullet that was never meant for you. In fact, I didn't even know about generational curses until maybe 2023. And then I internalized it as, yeah, I think my family's cursed. That's why, like, our life sucks. Our family is not the richest people in the world. They struggle, and I'm doomed to fail, because that's the thought process I've had still. Even though I had already awakened, I'm like, yeah, I'm doomed to fail. I guess I am cursed. I'm blah, 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 blah. But up until that moment, I didn't know anything about generational curses, so I didn't take on I didn't feel like I felt cursed. It just felt like the universe was fucking me over. That doesn't feel like a curse. It just means like the universe is just like put me here to suffer. That's two different things. Same with the word imposter syndrome. When I heard that terminology in 2020, first time ever hearing about imposter syndrome, I started to worry, oh, I'm going to be like Jay Shetty. Oh, everybody's going to see me as a fraud. Everybody's going to see me as a wannabe Jay Shetty. So I internalized it, and I put that worry out there. And guess what happened? People started calling me like, you Jay Shetty wannabe, because I put that energy out there. So guess what I stopped doing? I stopped talking for a little bit. And I had to go figure out, I had to get rid of imposter syndrome. You see, your words govern your experience. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I love to be the bearer of great news. You get the power in every present moment to change your words. And change the meaning behind those words in every present moment. You have that power if you choose to. Or you can continue to stay stuck where you are and lock into that one-way paradigm thinking of like, this is how it is, and blah, 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 blah. Well, if that's how it works for you, then congratulations. Guess what? You're going to be stuck where you're at. That's why I chose to be so open to opening up my perspective. I like this stick for some reason, just like. All right, let me read. Lots of stuff was said in the chat, I can tell. Lots of good stuff. Exactly, Jeanette, spot on. That's a bar indeed. Where you suppress yourself, you start to hold yourself hostage. I know, Evie, it does. Rihanna, you're here. Good to see you. Yeah. So generational traumas don't also exist. That's another stupid concept as well. Traumas exist, but generational traumas don't exist. Because that idea of being traumatically traumatized for generations, yes, your soul has different paths, but your soul isn't traumatized. Your mind, your experience is just it's sort of like a puzzle piece. So I don't agree with that, and I won't subscribe to being generationally traumatized. That doesn't exist. That's an illusion as well, because all things are made up. All is mind, the universe is mental. It comes back to that very principle. That would imply that God's cursed. God has traumas. God goes through and has experiences, yes, but then we are the ones that label bullshit like that. If you subscribe to it, then it's true for you, but I don't subscribe to that. It doesn't exist to me. That's not me being ignorant. That's just me knowing that it doesn't exist to me. In my universe, that's not how it works. My universe is vastly different from a lot of people's universes. Did I have traumas? Absolutely. I had tons. But was I generationally traumatized? No. Did I bring trauma from a previous incarnation? Yes. Is that generational? No. It all comes down to your definition, really, of what generational trauma actually is. I don't subscribe to that. Do I subscribe that we have traumas? Yeah. We do go through some pretty gnarly shit. Like in my previous incarnation, I brought the trauma of betrayal, and I brought it into this life. That's just a trauma or an experience. I just call it an experience. I just brought that experience into this life so that I can let go of it in this life, to be aware. In fact, the word trauma for me is starting to disappear, little by little. Now, am I going to tell people that they have no traumas? Of course not. I'll never say that. People are going through a lot of traumatic experiences in this moment, right now. I'm not minimizing anybody's experience. I won't do that. What I will do, though, is to give different meaning, though. Shift the meaning of your words. Because you have the power. You have the power in every present moment to shift your meaning. That's what I came here to do. Trauma is very, it's difficult at times, but that's, the funny thing is, you see how we always default to difficult? What if I said that trauma is actually easy to deal with? Would you believe me? Most of you are going to say, nope, that's not, it's hard. Because someone has programmed that into us, and then we feel these heavy emotions, but we give meaning to those heavy emotions. What if those heavy emotions are actually light emotions? What if you're misperceiving your emotions? Because you've taken on societal's words that have no bearing on your experience. You see, it all comes back down to fucking words again. Let me explain that again. You're feeling a feeling. You have to label a feeling. You label it whatever. That's the mind creating a label. But that label could be inaccurate or misaligned. What if that say, like, it's just, like, yesterday I had the feeling, like, the character had this, like, heavy feeling, but what if that heavy feeling is just purging something out of my system? Nothing more. But the mind created I don't want to do this. It was doubting itself. I'm like, I don't want to do this. Fuck this. I'm like, what are you doing? What you doing? Why are you creating a meaning for this? Like, what if this is just something that just needs to get out of the system? Like when you have to go pee or poop, right? You have to relieve yourself. Do you give meaning to peeing and pooping? No, you just know that you have to let something out of your system. Our bodies it just does things. You know what I'm saying? Morning. How are you both? You good? You all good? All good. Good stuff. I'm good. Thank you very much. And so it's similar to that energy feeling that we have. We could just be mislabeling it to something that actually is just something that needs to be purged. Who knows? So my point that I'm saying is this, like, our words are what governs our experience, and thus when we give words to that experience, we then give meaning through emotion, and then we potentially interpret the meaning or the feeling. Your body doesn't lie of what you're feeling, but the thing is, it's what you give meaning to that feeling. That's the secret. And so, when it comes to trauma, most of us, when we are going through the trauma, it's so emotionally entrenching our mind that our logical mind it's like overwhelmed. System just like imploding on itself. But when you have the ability to be in a present moment like this, you start to see it for what it is. It was just an experience. It was a painful experience. Again, what is pain? It's just another word. We go through something that feels heavy. We're giving meaning to it. You see, like, we've taken on societal definitions of stuff, but what are our own actual definitions? Some of us don't know our own damn definition. We take on societal definitions. I know because I've done it. I don't take on societal definitions anymore. I'm done with societal definitions. I don't care if I make no sense to any of you anymore. I really don't. All I care about is knowing that I freed myself. And all I care about is getting you guys to know that you can free yourself too. And if I have to use words that don't make sense to make it make sense, I will do it. You're not going to find this in a YouTube video. I guarantee this. You're not going to find what I just said in a YouTube video. I know. I've scoured YouTube for a very long time. And no one, and I mean this, no one is speaking about this. Even Nero. Even Katie. And if they are, they're speaking a fucking different language. Your words are what's giving power to your reality by giving it meaning, and meaning is just emotion with a word assigned to it. Once you understand like the fundamental principle of what is going on within yourself, you have the power in every present moment to alter your state of being. That's why, like, for me, I move forward. Look, yesterday, it was Anonymous. She told me, or Anonymous told me, I don't know if Anonymous is a he or a she. Anonymous told me that, Underboss, he got blocked. I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know he got blocked. What the fuck? Like, the fuck? I didn't block him. Like I didn't block him. Like, you'll know when you get blocked. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get blocked. But we're good. And the mind wanted to create a problem out of that. But I'm like, no, I'm just gonna unblock him, and if he chooses to come back, then he does. Hey.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, you prepared today for bad people, eh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, for the animal.
A little bit of both.
It's good. It's good. Better be prepared. Don't feel sorry, eh?
It's true.
I'm good there. Okay, good boy. Well, I go walk like that there.
Yep.
Well, that's the way it is, Oh, every day the same,
We didn't.
No story, no complaint.
There are no complaints. I was waiting for that.
No complaint.
No complaints.
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Our words are what govern our experience. Our words then create meaning. Our meaning then gets emotion, and emotion becomes a label, and a label is nothing more than another word. It's a fucking echo chamber of words. And when you see what's happening with the mechanism of what's going on in reality, you can dissect everything. So back to with Underboss specifically. So I trust he comes back. Good dude. But like the mind wanted to create a meaning of like, oh shit, I fucked up. I'm like, no, you didn't fuck up. It just is. It's just a moment. We unblocked him, and if he comes back, cool. If he doesn't, it is what it is. There's no point in dwelling on something that shit already happened. But like, it was an accident essentially. Because there was a spammer in the chat, and they were spamming, and one of the mods must have accidentally clicked on their name and removed them. So, it is what it is. So, but of course, we can create meaning and create, yeah, I fucked up, and then it starts going into your subconscious mind like, yeah, I'm a terrible person, and now you're feeling bad about feeling bad that you did something wrong, and da-da-da-da-da. I'm not saying to not own up to your shit. What I'm saying is to not feel guilty or feel bad about something that has already unfolded. You're just perpetuating the present moment by keep locking yourself into that paradigm of like, yeah, I did something bad. Like that's why, like, when it comes to the stream, if someone says something and they don't like what I said, it is what it is. I'm not going to get too stuck up and trapped up with people's perspectives, right? If we're in alignment, cool. If we're not in alignment, it is what it is. It's just that simple. There have been plenty of times that I didn't agree with a lot of people and what they said. Tons. But I just let it be. I'm not going to internalize like, yeah, you're wrong and you're wrong. You're definitely wrong. I didn't do that. I'm like, you guys are all right. I don't align with it. It's just, it is what it is. And same thing, I could say something that you don't align with too. As long as you know to not get butthurt or like mad or angry about this thing that I'm saying, because this is how I got out of my traps. Morning. I got out of my ensnarement, you can say. All right, I'm going to read the messages quickly and see what's transpiring in the chat before I continue. Guilt and shame can be difficult for sure, but do your best to, how do I say this? Don't get stuck in it for too long. Feel it and purge it. Because guilt and shame are the corrosive frequencies that will keep you staying stuck where you are and trapping you. That's good. That's good that there's a gateway opened up for you, Jeanette. So I can block SLB, but question is, why? If he's antagonizing any of you, I will block his ass. But like, just to kind of quickly see why. What's triggering you about him? Because he keeps talking about like sex and like hitting on women. You guys can just simply ignore him. This is one of the powers that you guys, you can say this is an opportunity to master yourself with someone on the stream that you might not enjoy. There are people who, like, if they're spamming like the same shit for a whole like 10 minutes, yeah, I'm gonna block them. But if they're like being very racist, I will block them. If they're being disrespectful to someone specifically, I'm going to block them. I didn't read what happened yesterday in chat. I don't care what happened in chat yesterday because I'm living in the now. If he shows up again, which I don't think he will, but if he does show up again, I will deal with it. I will see what happens. But with him specifically, right? You too, sister. Thank you so much. With him specifically, like, all I know is that he likes to hit on women. And he's always hitting on Tiff. I don't care if he feeds my algorithm. I know he has a good heart. And he has good perspectives at times when he's not being so attention-seeking, I guess. I was going to say horny, but attention-seeking. So he's all right. But the thing is, like, we'll see what happens. I'm not here to block anyone or... Let me rephrase that. I'm not here to, like, create problems for anyone. If they're creating problems, that's on them. It has nothing to do with me, but I will deal with it when time... I just can't do anything while I'm on the go. Because you have to realize, CJ, I'm not using YouTube. I'm using Streamlabs. And Streamlabs does not have the ability to block anybody while I'm on the go. This is where a second device will come in play. I don't have a second device presently unless I bring my tablet. Don't really want to bring my tablet on the go right now. Streamlabs only allows me to... I can't do much in the chat. It is what it is. But if I was using the YouTube app, I could, but YouTube sucks. The app fucking sucks. I don't have the ability to do quite a few things. So a little bit of a trade-off. unfortunately. So if he shows up again and he starts saying whatever he's saying, then it is what it is. Anyways, I'm moving on from this topic because I just saw his name pop up in the chat. Now, get back on topic. Worrying again. Remember, worrying is praying for something you do not want, because you're putting out that intention, that energy, and you're magnetizing it and maintaining it by putting worry. Because, like, you know, here's the thing. Am I saying to never worry? Morning. Am I saying to never worry? Of course not. What I'm saying is, though, look at the intention behind when you're worrying. Are you putting out the fear for yourself or someone else, or are you, is it just care? I know for most people it's generally care, but secretly it's actually beyond care. It's actually fear. You want the person to get to their destination safe and sound? Just say, have a nice flight. Have a safe ride. Enjoy your ride. That person will say, thank you very much, I appreciate that. And they will internalize that as something enjoyable. And they'll have a good flight and a nice ride home. Or a nice walk. Putting out fear of, like, you should be careful out there. There's a guy named Santos who pops up on my stream, and he's a rage baiter. But he's always like, bro, you should be careful out there. You know, like, be careful. He would be like, yeah, you should be careful eating yogurt because it has all that lactose, blah, 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 blah. That's him just being a troll, and I don't entertain his stuff. But, like, if he was being for real, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, yogurt is not dangerous to me. I've had yogurt many, many times. Like, hello? But people tend to do that. And then you take on their bullshit, and then guess what? You take on their limitations as well. This is why I do not entertain anybody's perspectives if it has nothing in alignment with me. Like when I see like Evie, Jeanette, Lottery Energy, like when I see you guys, I'm in alignment because you guys are sharing from that perspective. Same with CJ. Sometimes me and CJ, we don't align, but it's okay. He's on his own journey. I'm in my own journey. I know what works for me. He knows what works for him. I may not align with him always with what he says, and he doesn't align with always the things that I say, but that's good. We have at least respect. Same with other people who show up on the stream. I may not align with some of the stuff that they say, but I'm not going to be like, you're wrong, and making you feel like you're like to worry about something. You're on your journey. You'll figure it out. I had to figure it out, and if I could figure it out, and I was considered the most fundamentally flawed human ever in human history, then surely you guys can figure it out too, because I saw all of you as superior to me at one point. And you're all equal to me, because you all have the same wisdom that I have. It's no different. The only difference is the awareness. The awareness difference is not better, it's just that it's just aware. And you guys have the same awareness, because I've decided that you have the same awareness, and then you can decide if you do have the same awareness or not by subscribing to that thought and embodying it as truth, if you choose to, because you do have the same awareness level. Otherwise, if you didn't, you wouldn't understand anything I'm saying. It would make no sense. So thus you have the awareness. See how easy it is? Simple. Exactly. Sadia, what's up, girl? You good? Just saw that you jumped on. Your lack of action is condoning that behavior. Well, CJ, it's not me condoning it. at all. I don't condone anybody of whatever. Everyone's their own creator being. I'm not condoning anything. That's just your misperception. If you want to continue to perceive that, then don't be here. It's just that simple. I'm not forcing you to be here either. I told you, I may not agree with everything you say. You don't like the way I do things, then don't be here. It's just that simple. No hard feelings. Because there are people in this world who will come on my stream that'll tell me how I should do things. I don't take orders from anybody. I'm not going to take orders from anybody, and I'm definitely not going to change my perception and perspective on how reality works. You can be intellectually more superior than me all you want. You can say that this is how it actually works. Congratulations, that's cool. That's not going to fly with me. I'm locked in the way I am. This is not me being stubborn. This is me living my life the way I saw it, how it works now. Because if you had lived my life, you would know. Hating the world for 20 years. Going from hating the world for 20 years and worrying about bullshit like that to wanting to help the world now and making sure that every human that I touch has the ability to know that they have the power in every present moment to live their best life. It's quite the feat. I had all the odds stacked against me, dude. And I now know how shit works because now I have the rules. I have the playbook. So when someone tells me like blah, 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 guess what? I don't care. It's just that simple. And I'm not him typing in the chat about whatever the fuck he was saying yesterday. That was all him. I was talking about, what was I talking about? About doubt? So, again, your choice. You can either just not pay attention to bullshit in the chat, because this is an exercise. Because if you're getting stirred up by just simple words on the screen, like I used to get stirred up by simple words on the screen. Then what makes you think the universe is going to allow you to have the more challenging things if you can't even handle that? That goes for everyone else. Think about that for a moment. That's why, like, when somebody calls me all these stupid things, like you Poojeets or whatever the fuck was being called yesterday, or you dirty ass Indian, or you N-word, right? You know how many times I've been called the N-word? Or you gay faggot. I've been called that a lot. You guys just haven't seen those words because some of the users show up in the chat, but you guys can't see them. Only I can see them. I don't know how they're doing. I really don't. I have to figure out how they're fucking doing that, because you guys are not seeing half of the messages that I'm seeing, and I'm not streaming to a different platform right now. So how they're getting to my stream is beyond me, and how they're able to cloak their messages is also beyond me. I have no fucking idea. It's baffling right now. I still haven't figured it out. But I looked at their stuff and I'm like, that's first dimensional perspective. And if they continue to do it, they will get blocked. Not because it bothers me, it's just distracting. Nothing more, nothing less. Because I want to actually help people who are actually leaving good stuff in the chat. Like Evie. Like, this is how this conversation started with her. Jeanette's been chiming in as well too. And anybody else who's chimed in that I didn't get to read your message, and I do apologize, by the way. I'm not here to hold anyone. Like, I keep saying, you are the answer, all of you. You don't need to be here. I'm the dude that doesn't give a fuck about subscribers. I'm the dude that doesn't give a shit if you like or subscribe. I'm not going to be your traditional YouTuber. I'm not. I will not play that part. That's why I don't care if you subscribe or not. I don't. And I don't care if you like me or you hate me. I didn't come here to build friends. I came here to do what I came here to do. Finish what I started in another lifetime. So, you like me? Cool. You don't like me? I don't care. It's just that simple. Anyways, I don't worry about anything like that because it's a waste of my time. It's literally a waste of my time. So, don't let people like SLB or anybody that's similar to SLB get to you, dude. It's not me condoning their actions. It's just simply just looking at them and just like seeing where they're at. And if they want to continue to... Eventually, this is what's going to happen. They're going to tire out because they're jacking off with their fingers. They're going to tire out with their keyboard warrior fingers and they're going to go. They're going to eventually leave. And if they stay on all day distracting and disturbing the stream, I will deal with them. It's just that simple. Can I deal with them while I'm out on the trail? No. Morning. No, I can't because I don't have the second device to boot their ass. But it also gives us the ability to not focus on them, to focus on what's actually being talked about. That's why half the time when they're on, I will continue to talk. I don't care. They can say whatever they want. I don't care. It has no effect on me whatsoever. You know why? Because I know where I am and I know where they are and I used to be them, doing the same things that they're doing. And I'm sure there's probably someone right now that's probably doing it in the chat. I don't worry about things like that anymore. It's a waste of my time. It's a big waste of my time. Now, if someone was like physically attacking someone in the physical, like if I saw shit was happening, people were arguing here, which in my reality, that doesn't happen because I'm not creating that experience for people. I basically created an experience where people get along with people in the physical. In the digital world, that's not quite there yet. We're not quite there yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. But if for whatever reason I see two people arguing, think I'm going to just stand back and just like watch them argue? No, I'm going to interfere. I'm going to do what I need to do and tell them to fucking relax. My parents, unfortunately, I've talked to them many, many times and they don't get the message. So they'll eventually get the message loud and clear when shit actually happens. And I'll tell them, I told you so. I don't leave people where they are. I help people as much as I can. But if they don't want the help, then I leave them be. There's not much I can do. You can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. Like SLB, like for him and his horny talk and like hitting on women all the time, like, you know, whatever. Just don't entertain his shit. It's just that simple. Yes, you can say I contradicted myself, CJ, but guess what? Reality is a big contradiction. Get used to it. It works both ways. And what you're doing right now is like you're wanting to be empirically right about things. So congratulations, you're right. Does that make you happy? Does that bring you some level of satisfaction? Let me ask you, what is your intention on being on my stream? What are your true intentions? Is it to sit and listen? Or is it to distract and deter? Curious. I'm just curious. I want to know what your actual intentions are on my stream. If you can answer that. Because I can tell you, you don't need anything. You know what you know. So why are you here? Is it because you like me? Cool. If you like me, cool. I appreciate that. I just want to know. I'm just curious. Because I've said it many, many times. You are the answer. There's nothing else you need to know. The reason why I show up every day is because there's always going to be someone new that needs to hear something that I'm saying. You've been here many, many times. You don't need to be here, though. So why are you here? What's your intention? What's the reason? Exactly. If you don't want to be here, then it's okay. Go. I'm not kicking you out. I'm just like, what is your intention? You don't need the answer. If it like I want you all to know something. If it doesn't feel in alignment, don't be here. Just don't. The reason why, because it's a waste of your time. If you don't like the things I'm saying, don't be here. Like, just don't. I want you guys to know that you're the answer, but if it doesn't feel good the way I say some things, then that's fine. I'm going to say it the way I'm going to say it. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because you get to see who's in alignment and who isn't, and you get to see for yourself what's actually in alignment for you. Orion is not in alignment for me, and that's okay. No big deal. There's no hard feelings. Only so much love to you, CJ. So I would, if I don't align with you, I would unsubscribe and block my channel. I used to be wanting to be a people pleaser and like, yeah, you know, I should listen to people and blah, 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 blah. I've done that for years, and guess what? It got me far, but it didn't get me as far as I did when I started to listen to myself and to know what was actually true and real. That's why I stopped listening to other people and I started to trust me, the internal me, the me that actually has the answers within. That's why I say the answers are all of you, because you don't need to listen to anything to me. What I do is give perspective, nothing more. Nothing more, nothing less. Like, do I want people to be here? Sure, I do. But if it's not in alignment, I would rather you go find someone who is in alignment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather you be in alignment with something that's in alignment with you. Because, like, I'm not here for everybody. So, like, if someone is, like, going to over-intellectualize me and all that, you can do it. But, like, if you're doing that, that means you need nothing from me. So why are you here? You're just wasting your time. Go out in the world and do what you need to do. It's just that simple, right? Think about it. Like, somebody who will come on my stream and they'll be, like, attempting to say, you're wrong, Orion. You're misleading people. Okay, cool. If I'm truly misleading people, then tell me, why is it that all these other humans are here with me? Am I holding a gun to their head? You guys can feel if I'm speaking the truth or not, right? That's how powerful you guys are too. You can tell if I'm lying versus if I'm not lying. You'll know. That's where, you know, not doubting yourself comes into play. Trust yourself. Trust and know that you'll know who is in alignment and who isn't in alignment based on how they're speaking and from experience, right? And so, like, for me, if someone is coming on and they're like, you're lying, you're deceiving people, I mean, cool. If that's what you perceive that I'm doing, then that's fine. Guess what? Go out in the world and go and help the people then. Go help the people so they're not being deceived. Most people like to talk, but they don't like to take the action. So, like, if you're going to say, oh, Ryan, you're deceiving people, then go out in the world and not deceive people by sharing your wisdom. Go for it. Do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't worry about things like that. Like, I don't care. It's not that I'm being like negative about that. That has nothing to do with it. It's just that I'm locked in. I came here to serve. There are going to be people who are going to have the same wisdom and they know this is the truth, but they're still not going to like the way I say it because they want to feel morally superior. You want to know why? You want to hear a story quickly, y'all? I used to have jealousy. Jealousy towards Nero, jealousy towards Katie, jealousy towards insert your favorite YouTuber. You know why? Because I was like, these people, I was still creating separation back then, these fucking people are having all the subscribers in the world, because I was still locked into all this stupid game of subscribers and numbers. All these people have all the subscribers in the world, and they don't even know a fucking thing like I do. And they get all the people in the world. This is bullshit. And I place worry about, like, why am I not getting that? Is the universe fucking not, like, wanting me to be successful? Morning. And so, like, I was thinking, like, this is bullshit. This is complete bullshit. And I'm like, no. Like, this is not who I am. But I had jealousy towards all these creators. That, like, they don't deserve to have the millions of subscribers. I should have that. But guess what? I had to shift that. I stopped caring and worrying about who is going to show up and how many numbers of people I have on a stream or how many people watch my videos. I'm here to do what I came here to do, to serve. Nothing more, nothing less. Whether one person, 0 people, or nobody. Well, 0 people is nobody. 0 people, nobody, or 10 million people. Because now I know what is true for me. That the universe has a plan specifically for me, and only I can walk this path. It was designed for me specifically, and me alone, to walk it. And I have to go through that jealousy and that envious feeling of all the other YouTubers and overcome that. Now, I love the fact that Nero is getting close to 500,000 people. I love that Katie got to over 100,000 subscribers. I love the fact that all the other creators are starting to make the waves, because the more they do, the less I have to do. Because it also felt like I had this big, gigantic weight on my shoulder. But I now know that they are just helping as well. I saw it as a competition, that I have the wisdom and they're just like, their wisdom is not real. But that's not true at all. I had to shift my perception. They have the same wisdom I do, and they're helping. And they're helping who they need to help, and I'm helping who I need to help. And there's enough people to help. There's so many people. We have 8 billion fucking people on the planet. There's an abundance of people to serve. And so, like, for me, I stopped putting too much importance and worrying about, like, when am I going to hit 1 million subscribers and la 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 la. I stopped that. I care about one thing, this moment right now, with the people that are here. Like Jeanette, Sadia, if CJ's still here, him, Evie, Anonymous, anybody else who I didn't mention in the chat? Time is it? 10:07. Gonna have to get rolling soon. I have a call at 1 o'clock. You see, this live stream, this channel is not going to be like every other channel. Like, it's not. I'm going to do things differently. And I'm going to say things differently. And I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to be taking requests to go jump naked into a pool of like Jello or something, or whatever crazy shit people do on the internet just for attentions and clicks and views, because that's what people do nowadays, right? Clicks and views, just to do some crazy ass shit just to get those clicks and views. I'm not going to do that. I came here to do one thing, to make sure you're not distracted. Once you're aware of who you are and lock the fuck into yourself, you can't be distracted. So that you can go out in the world and start doing what you came here to do, because you came here for something very important. And I can tell you that, because if you found me, then that means I'm here to share with you that you also came here to do something very important. I don't know what that is, but you came here to impact a lot of people, because that's what I came here to do. Like attracts like. Maybe you're not going to impact the people in that capacity, but you're definitely going to impact in a way that you're supposed to impact the world. That's why the universe created each of you. What's going on in chat? We got some random ass people right now talking about some bullshit. So like all these people that are on the chat right now, don't waste your time with them, because and here's the thing, to all of you who are coming on this channel right now who are kind of just, you know, saying waste of time, blah blah blah, get off the channel. Go swipe up. I'm not holding you hostage. Go. I'm only going to speak to Jeanette. I'm only going to speak to Evie and Anonymous and CJ if he's here, and Sadia. And anyone else, if I, again, who's been here and I didn't say your name, I'm speaking to you too. But everyone else who has never seen me before, go. Get off the channel. Thank you for feeding my algorithm, but you can get off my channel. Go. You're just wasting your time. Go live your life. Again, if you're thinking, like, stop talking, you iPad kid, or whatever was just said, then why don't you come on the stream and you start talking and sharing your wisdom? Go ahead. You have it too. What are you doing with your life? You're probably just sitting in your mom's like basement jacking off to porn. That's probably what you're doing. And you have no purpose right now with your mind. Your soul has a tremendous purpose, but your mind fucking is like acting like an idiot. I'm speaking to those people who are just coming on and just talking about a bunch of bullshit. Anyways, to get back to our original conversation about worry, I don't sweat these trolls. I don't worry about them. They're a waste of time. This is the same thing I was saying earlier. Remember, you can either engage in their ridiculousness, or you can focus on what I'm sharing and you just lock in. Pretend the chat doesn't exist. If there was a feature, I would just turn the chat off. But the thing is, like, I want to see the chat. I want to see people. I want to see what everyone's saying, the good and not so good. You can't have one without the other, right? So for those of you who are like paying attention to anyone who's just dropping like hate in the chat, leave them be. Let them talk. They're going to eventually tire themselves out with their little keyboard warrior fingers, right? And then they'll swipe up and they'll go to someone else's stream that's in more alignment. They'll go to like an iShow Speed or they'll go to some other YouTuber that is more famous and popular and waste time over there because they clearly have forgotten who they are and their purpose that they came here on the earth. And they're designed as just NPCs. So thank you for saying what you needed to say. Morning. And thank you for jumping on my stream and dropping some hate, because I appreciate that too. I actually do appreciate the hate. You know why? Because it gets to power me up even more. I don't worry about things like that. What's the point? Right? What is the point? At the end of the day, when I'm living in the now, like I'm at peace, y'all. I get to be who I get to be. I get to help people around the world. I get to see great people like Evie, like Jeanette, like CJ, like Anonymous, like Underboss, like Marcel, like Sadia. I get to see you guys. I get to see Lottery Energy. What is there to even concern myself with? What? Just because some person who's only run into me one time for maybe like 5 minutes and they made their opinion about me because they have no idea who I am and they formed their assumptions of me based on only the first 5 minutes of seeing me and wherever I'm at in the talk. If they had scrolled back, they would see why I'm talking about this, right? So people jump in mid-sentence as I'm talking. They're like, yeah, you're like, ugh, I hate you. You have to get the context. So humans that do that, they jump to the conclusion right away. Show me where you are at. Your level of awareness tells me exactly where you're at. Nothing wrong with that. It's just where you're at. Nothing more, nothing less. So I don't worry about people in that capacity. I'm going to start rolling out in probably like 15 minutes. I got to get back to the house. grab my meal, and get ready for my potential client. We have a call at 1 p.m. I might come back after the call, stream for a little bit, but then I have a call again at 7, so we'll see what happens. We'll see. Anyways, just remember, y'all, you have the power in every present moment to shift your focus and not worry. And here's the other thing about worry. We start to worry about worrying. And when we start to worry about worrying, then we start to create another frequency of worrying about worrying about worrying, and it becomes a loop. It's like an infinite loop. And I have to remind you that when you're in worrying, it's okay to worry, but to know that if you stay worrying about worrying about worrying about worrying, you're going to just keep creating a frequency over and over and over that's going to keep perpetuating and become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then you'll have something to truly worry about. Because half the time when we worry about something, it never actually shows up until we give it so much emotional intensity that it will eventually just magnify, maintain, and come into your experience. Remember, it's not about the thing that's happening, it's about who you are being in that moment when the thing is happening. Right? Like, I can be, right now, I know the chat might be a little hostile because they're like, oh, this guy, he just like triggered us. I'm gonna make sure like I tear him down with my text words on a screen that has no relevancy. That's how I diffuse a situation, by the way. I'm looking at the logics of this. Like, think about it. I'm looking at a screen with a bunch of text that might be potentially attacking me. For what? Their words mean nothing. If they were to do this on a Mike Tyson live stream, they would get away with it, but if they were in person, Mike Tyson would knock their asses out. Now me, I don't care. They can come at me all they want. I wouldn't do a damn thing in the physical. I just look at them like they're like just fucking NPC. Now, of course, if they come and start punching me and stuff, I'm going to do my best to defend myself. But, you know, most people are scared to say what they really want to say in the physical. That's why they hide behind a computer screen, because they know there's no punishment behind a computer screen. So there's nothing to worry about, right? So what is there to worry about with the reverse? You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense. My way of being is going to piss a lot of people off. Just me being alive is going to piss people off. And I like that. You know why? Because it goes to show you who needs to work on what. Because if you're getting pissed off about things I'm saying or just me even being alive, then it clearly shows you that you're uncomfortable about something in your own experience, because you know that I'm going to get you in the physical. I kid, I'm not going to get you in the physical. Relax, calm down. But there's something that's going to unfold in your mental world, which then will unfold in your physical world. Because you know I'm speaking to a point where like it's reaching your soul, and your soul's like, he's right, but your mind's like, no, I don't want him to be right. No. I experienced that a lot. Just me being myself. So like this hashtag 817 dude, he keeps coming back every day because he loves me so much, but yet he uses his second dimensional words to attempt to derail me. I get that, Evie. But guess what? You know why they did that for you, not to you? It's so that you can up-level yourself. You see, the people like that 187 dude, all they're designed to do is to strengthen us up. they're a great mirror to power you up. So like people, for you specifically, Evie, like they did it unprovoked. It was so that you can master yourself and level up, because you came here to do something very important. Everybody came here to do something actually important, but the ones that are doing what they're doing right now, they simply have no hope in themselves, so that's why they just go and attack on the internet. Have a great day, y'all. Thank you. They attack on the internet because currently right now they lack clarity and they lack purpose within themselves, even though they have a purpose. Everybody has a purpose. You're not missing a purpose. It's just that the mind creates this obfuscation, and then you're like, I'm gonna go hurt someone because I'm hurting inside. Because here's the thing, as a baby, they wouldn't be acting like that. They would just be acting cute and just being lovable. Like that 187 hashtag 187, he wasn't who he was when he was a child. Like who he is right now. But somewhere in his life, something got fucked up, and so he decided to be like everybody else and be a troll on the internet. Because he's hurting somewhere inside. And I know, because I used to do the same shit too. I lived in a more tougher era than this era. This era is a bunch of softies that have to use a screen to throw an insult. In my days, we didn't have screens. You can call me Unk if you want. You can call me old man. I don't care. I've dealt with much tougher people who said tougher things than today's day and age. Plus, half the words that are spoken in today's day and age from the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas don't make any sense anyways. That's why I'm so grateful that I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, because we had to be tough. Both physically and mentally. Today's day and age, a bunch of pansies hiding behind a screen, throwing insult. So what is there to worry about with a bunch of pansies that throw insult that have no meaning whatsoever? Zero. That's why I share with all of you who are actually in alignment, like don't sweat them. Like just, there's no point. You're just, because the thing is, like, remember, you're handing the keys over to them. This is your keys. You're handing your keys to your kingdom, your castle, your pyramid, your temple, whatever it is, your mansion that's within you. And you're saying, here you go, person, here's my keys. You can go and do whatever you want in my kingdom. Some of them, they need to hear some of the stuff that I'm saying. They just don't want to accept it. But there's a reason why they were brought today, so they can hear this stuff. There's a reason why we're at this juncture in this chat. They can say that I'm wrong all they want, but they know deep down at their soul level, they know. They fucking know. They just don't want to accept it, because the moment they accept it, it implies that they have to start taking responsibility. And that's a very heavy word for a lot of people, responsibility. And I can tell you that because I used to have that same feeling of like, gotta take responsibility now. Oh my God, I gotta take responsibility for all the things that I said. Ooh, it's not easy. Well, because that's the meaning I gave to not taking responsibility. In fact, taking responsibility is actually super easy now. I take responsibility if I have an insult, if I intentionally insulted anybody. And I apologize for that, but I know that I have not intentionally insulted anybody. Even when I call someone first or second dimensional, that's not an insult. That's just where they're at in their life. To them, it might sound like an insult, but it's not an insult. It's just to show you where you're at. Because when you start operating from a third, fourth, fifth, and beyond paradigm, you don't care about what someone who's not operating from a from a fourth or fifth paradigm. Even third, like third dimensional perspectives are pretty lackluster. There's been a lot of people who come on my stream to do blah, blah, blah. This guy talks, blah, blah, blah. Get off. If you want to do it better, then let me see your live stream. Turn on your live stream. I'll go on your live stream and I'll see how you're going to do it. Most people are afraid to take the action, so they'll attempt to derail someone else because they're worried about the perception of other people, and they worry about judgment. I don't care about judgment anymore because it doesn't exist. Yeah. Thank you for that, Jeanette. To Ozone, I haven't even acknowledged you. I have no idea what you said. I haven't looked at the chat yet, really. But we are just a chill bunch of people who just want to help other people. Nothing more. Exactly. Spot on, Jeanette. They don't need to do that. That's why I kept talking about how when they come on the streams, and this is not just my stream, this is anybody's stream. If someone is attempting to help other people and someone comes in to derail the stream, and that goes for anybody's stream who's attempting to help people, what they do, because I used to do it, is like what you just said, is step on the person so they can feel morally superior, so that they feel like they are much better and they feel better about themselves. But they don't need to do that because they're already good enough. They just have to decide. You never need to do any of that stuff, guys, ever. But you're gonna have to go through your journey to figure out how to already know that you've been good enough and not to worry about the opinions of other people. You know, that's what stops us. Evie, I don't know if you're still here. But this right here, this one's meant for you specifically. But anyone else, you can listen to it too, of course, choice. We worry too much about other people's opinions about the thing that we're going to go do. And that's what stops us. Because we care about their opinions. But I always ask myself, why do I care about their opinions? What's the reason? Is it approval? Acceptance? It's always based on love. We're always looking for love deep down inside. It's not a fear. It's actually love. You might think you have the fear of other people's judgment, but it's really the acceptance of others and their love and approval. Because you worry that if you don't have the acceptance and approval of others, then you'll just end up being isolated and alone. And if you're isolated and alone, that will feel like death. Because it's hardwired in our biologies to be with people. So it's only natural that you want to do what other people are doing. And you want to be accepted by other people. So you think you have to do all these 10 million troll things like everybody else is doing on the internet just to be accepted. What if I told you you're already accepted without having to do all that? You don't need to do any of that stuff. Great. We're gonna roll out from the water because I gotta get back. Spend some time at the house before I end the stream. I don't take kindly to bullies. I've been bullied so much, especially over the last 2 years. I'm calm, I think we read the tone in text as a reflection of how we feel. Maybe you need to calm down. I'm just scrolling back up. Scrolling up, I just see hashtag be dropping a bunch of like random stuff. I'm gonna ask hashtag if he's still here. What's your intention on being on this stream? And I'm gonna start asking this almost every day now, especially to those who keep coming back and trolling. What is your intention for being here? Is it because you like me that much and you want to be in my presence, or is it because you want to derail and you want to? Let's see. Let me know if it's working, y'all. The phone overheated. It was weird though how it overheated. Hey, morning. Have a great day. It's so weird because the excuse me, the phone, it's not even that sunny right now, but for whatever reason the phone overheated. Well, we're okay. We should be back. Let me know if it's working, y'all. Just heading on back to the house. Took a moment to like pack up all my stuff and leave the water, just so I gave the phone a little bit of time to cool down just a bit. There's our boy. He's coming.
This is your friend. Yeah, you're going home now.
Yeah, heading back. I have a call at 1 o'clock, so I gotta head back.
Yeah, you can. You do it already.
Yeah.
Where you have to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
See you next time.
I'll see you if nothing happens, right?
Yeah, we can't guarantee nothing in our life.
Exactly.
Today we're okay. Maybe in a minute something happen and we fall down.
Exactly. You never know.
No, that's right.
You never know. Gotta love it for every moment. Thank you. Anonymous, thank you. I love speaking with him because he sees the impermanence of life. And he doesn't worry about tomorrow. He doesn't worry about like what's gonna happen 20 minutes from now. He focuses on the now because that's the only thing we have. And in this now moment, when we worry about things, we keep perpetuating the fear of something of the past or the future. So I always appreciate seeing him because when I get to see him, he reminds me of like, yeah, there's no complaints. We could continue to live in fear or anger or worrying or doubting, or we can choose to be confident and know and trust that we will always be okay. Because think about it, all of you had to go through something very difficult in your life many, many times. Anonymous, I know you had to go through stuff. Evie, you had to go through stuff. Jeanette had to go through stuff. And it looks like it's raining now. Interesting. Huh. I know Lottery Andrew, you had to go through stuff too. Well, we got rain. I'm gonna have to be mindful with the phone. Hopefully it's not heavy duty rain. Otherwise I'm gonna have to start running. Or I'll just have to stay underneath that shelter. I am back. I was asking, what is the intention of you being on my stream? Hashtag, like, what is it that keeps drawing you back? Is it that you want to see an emotional reaction? Is it that you actually like what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to put you guys in my pocket, maybe, potentially. Or just grab some sort of like thing to make sure, hey, make sure let's see, what are we gonna do here? We're gonna figure out, maybe get like a tree umbrella or something. Yeah, last thing I desire is to get the phone like wet. So. You want to learn my wisdom. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Doesn't seem like you do, based on the things you say, but you never know. All right, I'm gonna see if the rain can kind of block a little bit of the, or this thing can block a little of the rain. Probably not, but if I find another option, I'll use another option. Rain is good. I like the rain. I just don't want my phone to run into problems, because I've had times where I was streaming in the rain and the water just, you know, did some pretty gnarly things to my phone, where charging wasn't working for like a whole day. So, got to keep the area by the charging port like dry. Well, I left at the right moment. So this trail doesn't go to downtown Toronto, but it's pretty far trail, both directions. But there are other trails that are not connected to this one that are just as long, maybe even longer, that are in downtown. But yeah. This one is not, this one doesn't connect to downtown Toronto. I'm gonna chill in this underpass for a moment. Just so that I can figure out the next plan of action. This looks like more like an umbrella, but I'd have to there. Gonna have to use some nature. Remember, y'all, practice that. All right, let's chill here for a moment. I went to Toronto Island when I visited. It's a nice walking. It's nice for walking. That's awesome that you've been here before. It's cool. I have a big like branch. Let's see what happens. You guys are just gonna get my hand though. I have a bike. It's not my bike though, it's my sister's bike. My bike needs a new chain and needs to be cleaned up properly. But I do riding on my stream. Not on this, I haven't done riding on this channel yet, but on my other channel I have plenty of times. See, I have to improvise. We're improvising right now. I'll have to pick up the pace though a bit. It wasn't supposed to rain until like 1 o'clock, like when I have my call, but oh well. Do, do, do. Just making sure I blow whatever water that gets close to the charging port away. It's not raining too heavily though. I'll just carry this just in case it just starts coming down again. Yeah, it's letting up a little bit. Still got the big, little bit of a tree umbrella, branch umbrella. That was the intuition thinking quickly. And there's an owl hooting right now. Anyways, let me get back to the worry I was talking about earlier. Nope, the rain's coming back again. So right now, I'm not putting worry about to my phone. I'm just locked into like being in this now moment. You know, the me from maybe a year or so ago would have been like, fuck you, universe, how dare you? How fucking dare you start raining as I'm walking? There's a Bible verse that says that the rain falls on the just and the unjust, which means that it's not against you, but like I would have seen like this as like in a moment of like the universe is like against me or some shit like that back in the day. But like I see this as an opportunity because of perspective, to see this as an opportunity to like flex my wisdom of not getting ensnared by, you know, the trap of the world. Rain just is, nothing more, nothing less. It's the meaning we give to it though that will create the obfuscation and the problem. I'm gonna pause here for a moment. I have the trees to protect me. Indeed, Evie, it is definitely creative thinking. For me, I love the rain. I like to get soaked. I don't like my phone getting soaked. It's not really the phone, it's the charging port that I have to concern myself with. But even concern myself, it's not a fear that I'm putting or a worry of like, my phone's gonna, it's probably gonna get damaged in the rain, and I'll probably run into that charging issue thing. Because you know, when we start to place our attention on things like that, it will then manifest. Like I remember when it was raining super duper hard. One time I was walking, and I only was like 3 minutes away from the house, and it started raining so hard. I was like, I'm gonna make it, but I know the phone. And I was like, fuck, the phone's gonna get damaged. And sure enough, that day I had to wait. Like, I had to like use blow dryer and all kinds of stuff just to get the phone dried inside of the USB-C port, because it kept saying charging is malfunctioning. This poor phone has gone through so much different things, so it's my workhorse. I have to get a little creative.
Nice umbrella.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Have a great day. Thank you. That's the first time I've ever seen them. I like their energy. They're very, they have like very peaceful energy within them. They definitely did love the umbrella tree, or the tree umbrella. This spot right here, I'm gonna walk a little bit faster though. Because in this spot here, when it rains, the mosquitoes like to come out in full force in this spot right here. Great place to hide from the rain, but not a great place to be standing for too long. That's generally how my physical world is. Wherever I am, I kind of have that experience where people are just more at peace. I should have streamed in Harlem when I was in New York, but I wasn't live streaming back then. But people in Harlem were actually nice, because like I was relaxed. I was more chilled. I wasn't like, ooh, Harlem, this is a bad town of bad spot of New York. People are gonna shoot me up, and like that's putting out worry, right? But I don't put that out there, because what you don't put out doesn't get created. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And just like that, the rain is done. For now. I'll hold on to this until we leave the trail. But yeah, like I went to Harlem. The people were there were very, very kind and friendly. And so like there was no problems when I was there. Now, am I saying to go into like a gang area and test your theory out? Well, no. A little bit of common sense. But like I did go to Harlem because one of my uncles lives there. But you know, when I was around, like it just felt normal. I am blessed. Very, very blessed. I don't take it for granted. Or I do take it for granted because it's normal, but this is what let me give a perspective of taking things for granted. When you take things for granted, you normalize it. When it becomes normalized, it becomes part of your lived experience and it becomes your reality. So like wherever I go, I'll always have some sort of like nature around me. Like I'll have my trail in San Diego. It won't have water and trees like this, but it'll definitely have mountains and other trees that are different. It'll have palm trees. There won't be exactly the same trees, but they'll have other trees that are there. Sorry, like I have to keep I'm kind of like going on like an angle because I'm holding my bag with my hand as well. Let me see what I can do about that. One sec. There. This area, no, there's a ton of people in this area. It's just this trail. Right now, it just rained, so not that many people are walking the trail. There is one person sitting over there chilling. She's just hanging out there, enjoying her time. Tons of people in the area. It's just, this is not the downtown area. If I do decide to go downtown for a day, just to visit, you'll see you'll see how crazy busy it is. I'll go on like a Friday or something, just to get the full effect of how busy a Friday is around like 5 o'clock, and you'll see all the people. It does have that perception, but I promise you, there's a lot of people in the area. It's just because you're only seeing what you're seeing on the camera. Perception. But there are tons of people. It's just the people in the area are very relaxed. Hey. He's got some like 80s/90s music playing there. Thank you, dog. Appreciate it. Hello to your friend, if he's here or they're here. It's very, very safe. Now, it's only safe because of my frequency, because I made it safe for myself. And of course, as within, so without. If I was hostile and I was live streaming, this would not look safe. It'd still be very peaceful to some extent. However, let's just say that you would run into more people who would be more they'd be, because that's how I would feel, because how you feel kind of manifests as people to kind of mirror back where you're at. So if I'm feeling this, they're feeling that, and then they amplify their same feeling of people being peaceful, then it becomes a ripple in this area. Collectively, we made this area, calm. Wasn't always like that, though. The bridge that's coming up, I mean, like if you travel that way, that's a gang area, technically speaking. But more people have just kind of relaxed themselves from that life over there. But I'd still just walk with a little bit of, caution. Not worry, but just a little bit of just paying attention to your surroundings. I think I can ditch this umbrella now. Thank you, umbrella. Appreciate you. Watch as I ditch it. It starts raining again. Yeah, we'll see. Morning. Have a great day. You're welcome, Evie. The thing is, because you see it in me, that means it's just a reflection of actually you. Because if you can recognize it in me, that means you can recognize it in you. Because if you can't recognize it in me, then you won't be able to see it in you. So the fact that you said, like, to show you what, like, vibing, like, in a peaceful area, you have the peace too. It's just more within. Sure, the collective area maybe in your area might not still be there, but it's okay. You're doing what you need to do within yourself to make it more peaceful for yourself, which will then ripple out. And others can feel your energy, and it can start to help them to shift too. Never underestimate the power of your energy. One person can make a massive ripple in an area of like thousands of people. That's good. Well, I'm glad you get to see the external aspect. We got, what, like 20 minutes to get back to the house? That's why I like wearing these clothing. My clothing, they can take water, no problem. They dry quickly. If I was wearing cotton or something, it'd be like sticking to my skin. Whew, yeah. Y'all notice something too? Sometimes on the stream, you know, when I turn up the dial of intensity, a lot of the trolls start showing up. But when I start to chill and relax, even when I turn up the intensity, I'm still relaxed. It's just that, you know, I am more passionate in that moment. But when I'm more like relaxed and like not turning up any intensity, then everyone is more just chill and relaxed. Isn't it a cool effect to see that? Ah, very, very nice. Cool beans. This is a physical experience of, and like physical evidence of how it works. I'm relaxed, so others will be relaxed. But when I'm dialed up, then I'm dialed up. Like, you know. Yeah, it's because like it's the reason why I'm able to control the world around me is because I'm controlling the world within me. That's a bar, write it down. And because I'm controlling the world within me to be more relaxed, more, you know, I know when to turn up the dial of intensity a bit. That intensity isn't anger, isn't frustration, isn't madness, isn't like insanity. It's more so to turn up the energy, because sometimes we need a little bit of a kick in the butt sometimes. Right? It started with, you know, speaking with CJ and I asking him what's his intentions of being here, right? Because like, he's been here, have only so much love and support for the dude, but like, if something is bothering him, then either deal with it or like don't be here, right? Because like there's no point in being on a stream that has no value to you. That's why, like, you know, if there's value for you, be here. If there's no value, find another streamer that you can hang out with. I'm always here to support and welcome anybody. I'm not here to hold anybody hostage. Like, if they want to be here, like, that's their choice. But I always ask, like, for those who, you know, that are here, that are like very intellectually, like, spiritual, what is the reason you're here? If you're here to derail and deter, then you may as well go start your own live stream and help the people. Yeah, as within, so without. I don't live in the past, I live in the now. I only focus on here in this very moment. I do have to bring up the past for you know, to explain some things in the now, but to move forward in the now by living in the now. It's okay. Like, you know, he'll figure it out. If he comes back, he's cool. I have no problem with him. I was just, you know, if it's not in alignment with them, sometimes you just need to take a pause. Like, I still get triggered too, but, you know, getting triggered isn't a bad thing. It's only until we've labeled it a bad thing that it becomes a bad thing. But getting triggered is actually a good thing. And the reason why getting triggered is a good thing is because it allows you to either free yourself from the thing that's triggering you, so you free up energy in your system, so the person or the thing is actually doing you a favor. So like every time I see like a troll come on and this character wants to engage, it's actually helping the character to free itself, because the more it happens, the less it will happen, because you start to free yourself from a lot of the traps of the mind. Because most people, you know, they make the assumption that getting triggered is a bad thing. But it's not a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing, because it gives you the feedback to see what needs to be let go of, or what your body is processing. That's why, like, I want the trolls to show up at times, because it's important, right? Got to keep the mind sharp. You know what I'm saying? Can't have one without the other. Because on my other channel, I didn't get really any trolls. I was very like lovey-dovey kind of thing, but then I was getting all walked all over on. I was being very passive to a lot of things, and just letting letting things people say about me slide. Now, like, it's not that I let it just slide. I'm like, it has no bearing on me, because I'm aware what it's going to be doing for me, not to me. But yeah, sometimes you just need to take a pause and just, go clear your head. That's happened. But the thing about when we start feeling a certain feeling, like, guilty, or not guilty, we're angry, we then feel guilty about getting angry. And then we create worry, like, oh shit, man, I didn't really want that to happen, and blah, 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 But things can and will happen. You just got to move forward. Can you give us your views on veganism? I mean, it's if you love it, be it. There's nothing wrong with anything until you give meaning to it. Life just is. Like, I'm indifferent if someone's a vegan, if they're not a vegan, right? Like, I live in a realm where I get to operate from whatever state of being I choose to be in. Veganism is nothing, there's nothing wrong with being a vegan. You're just choosing a choice. I'm very bad at not getting triggered. This morning, something bad happened at home, and with the already bad physical condition, it worsened. I've been in a very bad pain all day as a result. Sending you physical healing to your body, Evie. And I wouldn't say that you're very bad at not getting triggered. You're just simply just remembering more of who you are. And you're catching yourself. Because think about it. If you didn't catch yourself, right, you wouldn't have been able to say what you just said there. So that in itself is awareness. So you're getting better at it in every present moment. It's that bad, huh? I had a vision that if I could just like you know how people like they sometimes like touch people and they have so much conviction they can just be healed right away. Like I would love to have the physical like ability to just like heal any injury or any like physical pain in the body instantly. I'd give up my entire like my path just to do that work, even though that is still part of my work. Like imagine like someone lost a limb and I can help them grow it back and defy reality and its logics. That would be pretty cool. How come you don't feel scared of pit bulls? Because pit bulls are misunderstood because they got a nasty reputation. Wow, blah, 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 blah. Let me start all over. Pit bulls, my words are not coming out properly. Give me a moment. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Pit bulls get a nasty reputation because of us humans, and us humans keep perpetuating the reputation of pit bulls being bad. They are a breed that of power, yes, but no dog is actually bad. It's just whoever trained the dog, or if they left the dog just to just be like out in the wild. So really, it comes down to, because the dog has no conscious control over itself. It just does things via instinction, like from instinct. Most of the dogs in the area are relaxed because the people are relaxed. There is one dog that isn't relaxed though because the person isn't relaxed. That's her journey. She's got to figure it out. When you chat with her, she's all right, but like she has an unconscious fear of her dog attacking people because her dog keeps lunging at people, because we humans, we keep seeing our memories and our experiences over and over and perpetuating it into the present moment. If she started to know that her dog won't lunge at anybody, and of course train it properly, then you'll see that the dog won't lunge. It'll be more relaxed. My body responded to what was happening because it felt physically unsafe. Now I'm in a bad situation. Even if I had even half your mental strength, this might not have happened to me. It's okay. You do. Well, I want to remind you that you do have the same strength, because I'm not above anyone at all. You have the same mental strength. It's just a matter of tapping into it. And it's okay. This situation that you are in, it will eventually subside. Like everything else in life, things subside. The only reason why it may not subside, morning, have a great day.
Take care.
Thank you. The reason why it might not subside is because we keep feeding it with energy and perpetuating it in the now. Everything can be let go of in this present moment, but the emotions are very strong, so it won't allow you to just let go of it. I like that doggy. I used to be afraid of those things, be terrified of dogs, but now how can I be when I know how they work? I make sure I don't interfere in their personal space, because they have their own personal space. They don't like being petted or touched. Just like if imagine a human came up to each of us and start touching us, we wouldn't like that. When a dog comes up to you, you give it a moment to kind of sniff you around to make you feel safe, and leave it be. If it wants to be pet, it'll make itself present to allow you to pet it. But yeah. Anyways, back to Evie. You'll get through it. You're getting through it right now, and in fact, you've already gone through it. There's a version of you who is already on the other side of all this experience. Sometimes I do wonder, where are all the humans? Because they're not here, but they're here. They're just inside their house, chilling, doing their thing. Morning. Neither. I'm just a soul that's with a body. I used to be religious, and I was in every religious practice at one point, because I decided to be a student to understand the mechanisms of why people go into religion. And then I went down spirituality to understand why everyone keeps talking about spiritual, and that's just a made-up word with a made-up concept. It's all made up. Morning. It's all made up. So for me, it just is. So I'm just a soul that just lingers with a body. Yeah, I'm basically more for experiencing with the senses. Spot on, Evie. I navigate by feeling, by smelling, by tasting, touching, hearing, seeing, and being, and of course doing when necessary, to navigate the world. There's a doggy over here by the fence. His head is sticking through the rails. Hello. So, for me, I just navigate the world with my 5 senses, technically 6 with the intuition, but your intuition can only work as well as your current frequency, because whatever your frequency is, it will give you the action based on that frequency. So if you're in like fear or worry, it will give you intuitive guidance in that fear or worry. That's where a lot of people get it misinterpreted with the intuition, that your intuition is always working for you. That's not. Depending on the frequency you're in, your intuition can only give you where you're at. It can't give you, if you're in hate and you're expecting like something of love in the intuition, it's not going to do it, because your intuition is working in the channel that you're currently in of the frequency. Is it ever okay to be fake to get more friends in a certain situation? Well, you got to ask yourself, what the hell is being fake? Because that word is also made up as well too. Just like real is also made up. Every word is made up. So you may as well just be you. Whatever you want to be, just be it. So for me, like, I can navigate the world. I love people. But if I were to be with like 0 friends and 0 family, I'll be okay, because I figured it out. But I still like human connection. but I wouldn't fake myself, or I'll use that word, it's not real, but it's a paradox of itself. I will never fake myself in any situation. I used to do that. It got me to some point of my life, but then I came across a lot of resistance and hurdles and lots of unnecessary problems that didn't need to be had, but I had to go through that problem so I can understand why I didn't have to go through that problem. I won't be able to open Super Chat until I have 500 subscribers. I don't care if I open it up or not. It's irrelevant. I have it on my other channel. I'm just walking the path of my other channel, but making it more neutral. Because my soul doesn't need to do such things. The mind wanted to explore things like that, but I'm like, I don't need that. Why? Am I that weak of a human to need to explore with drugs? Not to say people are weak when they're exploring with drugs. That was just my perception. This character's perception, really. But like anybody who thinks they have to do things to get somewhere, I mean, it's all a journey of exploration anyways. But I just kind of knew deep down I didn't have to do a bunch of shit to get to this level of awareness. Like, I've never taken any narcotics. I've never done any psychedelics. I've never drank alcohol ever, not once. I've eaten alcohol in food, but by the time it's served to you, the alcohol is gone. Like, because the heat will just destroy the alcohol, like that buzz effect or whatever. You just get more of the flavoring, if anything. It's sort of like a juice. And so, for me, I don't have to do any of that stuff because, you know, I got to a point in my life where if I've been without it and I've been okay without it, why do I need to do it? To each their own. Everyone's living their own journey. They can have whatever experience they want, right? There are many ways up the top of the mountain. I just so happen to choose the more cleaner path. Morning. Oops. My bad. I accidentally swiped up on my my live stream. My bad. I like to explore things too. Do you believe in secretive about past mistakes? No. I don't believe in anything. I know in things. I don't use the word believe. I am an open book. I talk about everything because I want people to know that I've been through, not for ego games, not for victimization, but to understand, like, I've been through a lot of different things to understand the rest of humanity. Hello. Morning. Have a great day. Thank you. I've been through a lot of different things so that I can understand all the humans on the planet. I may not have been through your exact experience, but I know the feelings that you've experienced because I've experienced those feelings too. The experience might be different, but the feeling is the same. It always will boil down to guilt, shame, embarrassment, fear, worry, doubt, hate, frustration, anger. These are the lower vibrations. Depression, loneliness, sadness, despair, apathy, grief, feeling like you're isolated, exiled. Been through all that, and everyone, even though I may not have been in your life experience, I've lived your feeling experience. So that's why I had to go through what I had to go through. Well, it's only dangerous if you don't know who you are. It's not dangerous to me. I'm also, common sense. When to say things, when not to say things. There's a little bit of common sense that has to be played but I'm an open book for most people. Nothing can actually affect me unless I give power to it, because I don't create danger like that. I don't create fear of like someone's going to like do XYZ to me. If they do XYZ to me, you best believe that I'll come back and I'll do XYZ to them. I'm kidding. We don't do that. All right, I'm gonna have to pick that up in a moment. We're back at the house. I have some time to chat for a bit. I do have to jump off by like 12 o'clock, give or take. I have this mosquito bite on the back of my foot because, you know, they like to eat me alive. See, I knew I was smart to move those towels in earlier. My intuition was like, pull the towels in, put the towels in. Actions have consequences depending on the actions you take. Consequence doesn't mean bad, it just means that there's an opposite reaction that's going to happen. I'm just getting my power plugs. I'll answer the next question. Sooner or later, this live stream will become a Q&A hot seat. I'll be like, all right, who's got questions? It'll just be a hot Q&A session of like, all right, rapid fire, go. And not take too much time with answering something. It's okay. He doesn't even need to live. That's weird. Yeah, lack of understanding is you want to hear the greatest disease on the planet? The greatest disease on the planet is ignorance. That's a bar, write it down. So some people are going to be very ignorant because they choose to be ignorant. That's the greatest disease by far. Some simply don't want to understand. Some people choose to not understand, and some don't care to understand. Like this Irwin person, like he's just calling me black for whatever reason, and he's making like a crossbone and skull stuff or whatever. Like this is definitely either a teenager or a 20-year-old who doesn't know how reality works. So everything he's saying is basically being a reflection of him. So because it's a reflection of him, of something that he feels inside, of insecurity or fear, because this is what people tend to do. They judge and they put worry like that out in the world. So like they can keep spamming. Like I don't entertain his stuff because like he doesn't speak English anyways properly. When people are operating from this paradigm, what's happening is they are worried about something because they're wanting to be, if they get exposed for who they are, because there's no actual like punishment. If you think about it, like on YouTube, the punishment is to get banned from a live stream, but there's no actual punishment. So they are free. They they are free to say whatever they want, right? But the thing is, like, actions have consequences. So eventually, when they say what they're saying to anybody, they will eventually feel it back in return to some extent. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Spot on, Evie. It's just this is just an opportunity to just watch and just observe. Nothing more. Let me change the stream to 1080p 60. So let me make it clear. I'll be right back in a moment. Hola. God of rage baiting. I'm back. I saw what he said, the God of rage baiting. Maybe, but thank you. Thank you, hot stuff, for telling me I look hot, because you're hot. You're hot too. And I mean that. What was I gonna say? But the thinker, me, I'm stellar AF. I'm good. So like, Irwin thinks that his words have effect on me. I'm entertaining him. I'm giving him a little bit of engagement, but Irwin doesn't realize who he's actually talking to. So Irwin thinks that his words actually mean something, and his little emojis that he's throwing. But those emojis mean nothing because I've dissolved the power. And look, the sun just came out. We just had rain and now we're sunny again. It's awesome. And the thing is, when you see people's words as nothing more than just tools, it basically, their words mean nothing. You can just dissolve it. Right? Like, he's saying rage baited right now. And so, like, even rage baiting has no effect. Let there be light. Indeed. Let there be light. Oh, that's not even a question. Like, I don't play the ego game, Rihanna, but like, yeah, there's tons of people who are just jealous, because here's the thing. If they're jealous because they know that they can't even do 1% of what I can actually do. So that's why they hide behind their little keyboards, like keyboard warriors, and like jacking off with their keyboards just to like get their high, like their dopamine high, so they can feel morally superior. But they don't need to do that. They can just go on and create content and help people. So like, did he say pal? That's a new one. Or that's not a new one. That's an old one. Wow. If he's in his 40s or 50s and he's acting like this, I feel sorry for him right now. If he's in his late 30s, early 40s, or 50s and he's acting like this, no comment. Probably 30s, maybe. Maybe he's just a 10-year-old. I feel sorry for how his parents raised him, though. Remember, you're a reflection of the people that raised you, too. So maybe his parents are also, this is not the insult. This is just how the mind works. Like, if he's acting like this, it's either he got hurt, he got fucked somewhere in his life, and he's looking for revenge. I love the trolls, though, because when they come on my stream, it has no bearing. I'm only focused on Rihanna and Evie and Lottery Energy and Anonymous, if she's still here, or Anonymous if they're still here. Yeah. Keyboard warriors. Probably. I don't like him though. I don't like dudes. I like the soul, but not the human, like, vessel. You know what I'm saying? I like me my women. I love me my women. Yeah. I only fly that way. I like me my girls. Right, Rihanna? Right? It's funny. But remember, every time these trolls show up, they just strengthen not only you all, they strengthen me because you simply don't entertain their shit. Because you don't entertain their stuff. You sooner or later their keyboard warrior fingers will come. They'll be very tired after jacking off so much with their keyboard, right? Because like every time they're typing on the key, they're getting like that feeling of like releasing, right? They're releasing within, and they're getting like an orgasm when they're typing their stuff. And so like as they're typing, they're feeling better about themselves, but they're actually strengthening me up because when I don't entertain their stuff, I'm like, they're actually doing me a favor, by the way. Yeah. Enjoy your keyboard warriorness, though. It is, Evie, but they'll figure it out, eventually. Eventually, they'll figure it out. Exactly. So, like, similar to what you just said there, Evie, I used to do the same thing. So I know game recognizes game, whether troll game or like Riz game or whatever. If you've done it, then you recognize others doing it. But if you haven't done it, then you may not recognize what they're doing, potentially. But I've done it so much in my life that I understand the philosophies, the principles, the mechanisms, and the mindset behind why someone trolls somebody. There's a couple things. Number one, they want to feel morally superior. Number two, they need to get their dopamine hit for the day because they're clearly not living their purpose. Like what you said, they can easily channel it to something that can be conducive to their experience, but guess what? A lot of them have given up on themselves, so they're like, what's the point? Right? They may as well have fun. That's their version of fun. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. Let them have their fun. Right? If I could hear words, half of them can't even speak English properly anyway, so it has no bearing. So they're getting their dopamine high. They're feeling morally superior, and or like something fucked them up in life that they've just given up on life, and they're like, fuck it, I don't care. And so they do what they do because they clearly are lacking clarity in their life. Because if you have clarity in your life, you don't do shit like this. I was lacking clarity in my life back in the day. You might be clear as a troll, but you don't have clarity in your vision of your life. And so many people have basically, they've defeated themselves, so they end up doing these wacky things on like the internet. Like some people start World War III in the comment section of like videos. Like I've seen it, and I'm like, the fuck is going on here, right? And it's because they're channeling their energy because they've given up on themselves, that their actual vision that's waiting for them, they can easily take that energy, like you said, and apply it to something that's more conducive to their experience. Gotcha. Nothing wrong with anime. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, he's got 12 subscribers. Numbers are not even a thing, right? For me, I don't care about the numbers. It's just like, well, what are you doing with your life? Like for me, I choose to navigate the world and help people, and I choose to use my purpose, and I choose to actually help people. That's what I choose for myself. Others, well, where I used to be, like where they are currently, was like, I've given up on myself, I have no hope, blah, 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 blah. and didn't feel like I could accomplish anything. And that's where a lot of them, if they wanted to take a moment to just sit and listen, they can actually get the help that they need. But they're like, I don't need your help, because they're stubborn and they're arrogant. So let them be. A lot of people are very ignorant and not only just ignorant, arrogant and stubborn with taking, like, hearing some perspectives, because they think they are like morally superior, and that, like, they think they know better. They, from the soul level, they definitely know, but their soul is definitely not in control, because their soul doesn't do this. No one's soul goes and attacks another soul. No one. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Your mind, on the other hand, will do that. So I know that when I'm speaking to, like, a person like Erwin or anyone else who comes on the stream who acts like the way Erwin's acting, is talking or, like, operating from this, not from this. Because the soul doesn't do this. So, yeah. What can you do to translate to... Wait. What can you do translate... Is that for me, Evie? Or is that for someone else? Just want to make sure I read that properly, because... And that's true, Rihanna. Yeah. So if he's asking for help, if he actually wants the help and he wants to just take a perspective, I'll give it to him, but he has to be open for that. I'll give him some attention quickly. So to Erwin specifically right now. One rage baiter to another rage baiter. I used to be a rage baiter too. What is the purpose of rage baiting? Are you getting fun out of it? Is it bringing you some level of joy? What is it that you want? What are you attempting to accomplish when you're rage baiting? I already know, but I want to hear it from you. What are you attempting to get out of rage baiting? And do you find it fun to rage bait? And if you say yes, then that's fine. But the question is, why do you find it fun to rage bait? Fun. He can mock my name. He can mock my name all he wants. He's just mocking himself, because anything he's saying to me is basically a reflection of him. So let him mock. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said, y'all, you guys get to just observe how people on the internet, like, act, right? You guys dealt with it before. It's not like this is the first time. It's just that I don't get tripped up anymore like I used to with these little second dimensional games. Technically, this is not even second dimensional. This is first dimensional. There have been better rage baiters on my stream than this person or this character's mind. And so, like, this is like how do I say this? Like a pansy in comparison to someone who, like, I had to face against, who went to prison, kind of thing. Like pansy trolls versus prison troll. A prison troll is more like, I've dealt with much tougher, essentially. Words have no effect on me anymore like they used to. I'm so grateful to these trolls, though, because it allows me to sharpen my axe. Let's see. Probably plays games all day and has never had a girlfriend. Probably. Probably. I mean, hey, I was in that space too. I know what that feels like. I only can feel for Erwin right now because like I've been where he's been. I have so much empathy and compassion for trolls. I do. I even have empathy and compassion for the intellectually superior people. You know, the ones that like to over intellectualize everything. They want you to feel like morally wrong because they are so much more right than you are. I also have compassion for them too. Most people tend not to listen. So they speak. While you're speaking, you're not listening. For me, I've listened for over 20 years of my life. More than that. To other people and their experiences and to like now my inner world. So for me, I have so much to say. Because it's not that I can't learn anything from anybody. But it's more so there's nothing new under the sun to learn for me because it's all basically a repeated pattern. Like when you get to this reality of just is, like everything else is just noise. Even just is even though I have to use those words, it's the closest thing to just as pure as it's going to get. Before words, before meanings are created, before ideologies are formed, before thoughts are labeled. It's quite the space to be. So like when I see words, I'm like, I feed some. It's not that I don't feed them, right? Like especially if it's those who are in alignment, I definitely pay attention to you all. To the rest who are like dropping, like how Erwin is chatting right now, irrelevant. No relevancy whatsoever. Zero. Let's see, Evie. What made me troll? What was the source of it? I can tell you. My intentions of trolling back in the day was because I hated people and I wanted to see people burn. I wanted to see people rot and burn. That was my intention. It wasn't for fun. I wanted to see people cry. I wanted them to feel my pain, essentially. That's ultimately what was happening. I wanted people to experience what I experienced so that you can pay for what you've done to me. Because even though they didn't do it to me, I was taking on the world against myself because I wanted every human to pay for their crimes against me. Even though it was only like a handful of humans, I roped every human into those like set of people. And so I trolled to make sure I got revenge. That was my purpose. That's why I did it. Well, this character did it. But now, because that was a story of the mind, and it's like, and how did I get out of that? Well, I wanted to be a better human. Something deep down, I'm like, this is not who I am. Like, something's like not clicking here. Like, why am I acting like this? I wasn't like this as a child. I was a happy child. Sure, I went through shit. I got bullied a lot. I got beat up a lot. Got picked on. Got made fun of. But like, I was a happy person. So where did shit happen in my life? It was at the age of 13 when there was another bullier bullying a friend that I thought was a friend. Systematically, a lot of things got destroyed in that day. I went and defended that friend, and I did. Even though I was still physically weak, I still helped defend him. I got a couple punches here and there on my face, but I still defended him. But it was better that he got beat up than me defending him, because when I went to like give him a hug, right, he like pushed me away. He's like, "Get off of me, you gay bastard." And then from that moment forward, because being called gay back then was like a crime. And so because of that, everybody in the school started calling me gay and this and that. And I had to create a new mask within like a day. And I'd come to school every day with a black hoodie and my head would be like covered, and I had a baseball bat in my hand, and what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And because people kept calling me that, because I kept feeling like this is what I am now, and I had to change my appearance and change my behavior, I created this like alter ego persona of a tough guy, and I did almost like take someone out with my bat, because they were antagonizing me. And then in those moments, I was like, "Fuck people, like screw people, like the hell, right?" And that's where it started in that moment, at the age of 13. Of course, at age 13, we also have hormones raging, right? Your hormones are raging, so you have like all kinds of shit is happening within yourself. So of course, like I had all kinds of like attitude problems, and like I was very disrespectful to people. And so like my inner world, which I had no concept of any of that back then, was creating my outer world experience, and it kept perpetuating. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. So ultimately, that's my reason why I trolled. So I can get revenge and make people feel the pain that I was feeling. That's what most people tend to do on the internet. Most. They project their fears, their worries, and their doubt, and their hate and their anger at the world, because that's how they feel about themselves, because they haven't resolved whatever is within themselves. So they go and project it out to someone else so they can feel better about themselves, when they don't need to do that. They just need to feel better about themselves. They just have to decide. But how does one decide? Well, they have to be aware. And how do you get aware? Well, either two things are going to happen. Either you just stumble into it, or shit happens to you, for you, for it to help you to start to shift. For me, I didn't stumble into it. I literally had to get energetically kicked in the face by the universe, saying, "Wake the fuck up, dude. This is not who you are. You came here to help the people, and you persisted as long as you're supposed to, but now you gotta wake the fuck up. So wake up. It's time, dude. Wake up." It's so foreign to live the old way like I used to. Like, I can't be even angry. I can't. Like, there's no way I can be angry at people. How can I? I know what people are going through. I may not have lived their experiences, but I definitely have gone through, like, what they're feeling. So how can I be mad? You know what I'm saying? Hi, from Denmark. So, Patrick, that's a limiting belief right there. You're attempting to use a car analogy. That's not that. No. No. You can definitely change. If I did it, you can do it. You can definitely reinvent yourself. But if you've told yourself you can't reinvent yourself, then guess what? What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And nothing can. And you're right. You're always going to be right. So if you believe that you can't change, then you're stuck where you are. It's just that simple. I wish I had recorded all my stuff when I was going through it 20 years ago, but I didn't have a phone 20 years ago. I didn't have, like, the internet. I didn't even have the internet 20 years ago in this house. I didn't have equipment to, and I didn't think to even record the pain and the struggle I was going through. But if I had had that, you would see a time lapse of me going from this hateful person to a person that actually gives a fuck about people now. You can only take on what I am right now. You can only believe what I'm giving you, but, you know, let my actions and my words do the talking. And yes, I did say let my words also do the talking, because my words are very powerful. So what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So if you think you can't change, or you think that people can't reinvent themselves, then you're stuck where you are. That's a bar, write it down. That's a limiting belief. And unfortunately, there is no such thing as a limiting belief unless you subscribe to that as a limiting belief. But it is a limiting belief. If you tell yourself that that's what you are, and you can't change and you can't reinvent yourself, then you're stuck. You're not a car. A car, yes, can technically be malleable, but it has to be like sent through the fire. You are malleable. You can change at any time. Hello? You were once a child. You changed. You reinvented yourself as an adult. Hey, Terrell, good to see you. In repetition, changing your values and rules and using some neural connections of negative energy, you can connect with toxic behavior to self-improve. Spot on. You can use anything to overcome anything and to be anything in any time. Spot on. I love that. It's good. That's good. I know Evie said something prior. Your subconscious will believe anything you tell it. So if you tell yourself you cannot change it, that it'll be your truth. Spot on. Because the more you feed the truth, the more you give energy to that truth within you, because your subconscious mind uses emotion. And if you're feeding, and your words create emotion, that's why your words are so much more powerful than you realize. Every word has energy behind it. You can hollow out the meaning of a word and it means nothing, but most people don't know how to do that, like consciously. But at a subconscious level, when you're speaking a word, you're making it deeper into your inner world and into your soul. Your soul is perfect, but like there's a layer, there's like a force field around your soul that's making sure that like it doesn't get affected, because the soul can't be affected. But there's like all these layers that we create based on all the conditioning and the programming and all the domestication that we've been through. And because of all that, we get stuck where we are because we think we can't change, but we can always change in every present moment. Words can either be powerful or not powerful, indeed. Exactly. Spot on, Terrell. See, I knew when I saw you a couple days ago, I knew you were in alignment because I could already feel like how you speak as you're typing. I may not hear how you speak via your voice, but I can definitely hear your words as you're typing. So thank you for that perspective, indeed. Changing words with the same mood can affect your mood different ways, same meaning. Spot on. That's why it's so important to understand the power of words. Because words are what govern our experience. I know people say actions speak louder than words, but I've said this time and time again. Yes, with an asterisk. It can affect your reality by taking action, yes, but your words are what govern your actions. Because without that word, you'll instinctually be able to take the action, but you won't understand what you're doing. So it is your words that make you to understand what you're doing. Like, I'm about to grab this water bottle that's right here on the table. These are all just words, and I'm grabbing it with my hand right now. This is an action, but it's a word creating this action. Because you might be not conscious to what you're doing via words, but you're conscious on picking up the bottle. I'm going to reach for that bottle of water with my hands and grab it. And now I'm going to spin this lid, and then I'm going to take a sip. These are all words. We just don't speak it as we're doing it. Basically, we don't narrate everything we do. But in our inner world, we are actually narrating everything we're doing. Yeah. Words are abstract ideas, but you need them to communicate and function. Words with help with evolution. Spot on. Terrell, my man's dropping the fire right now. He is literally dropping the bars. Yeah, dude. We, unfortunately, we have to use the words. As much as I'm like, ugh, these fucking words, we still have to use it. Because without it, we're kind of like this. And you won't do anything. Like, you won't even know what sitting is if you didn't have the word sitting. You wouldn't even know how to look. You're instinctually maybe know what it's like a dog, essentially. You'd be operating like an animal. You have no words. They just operate instinctually. So you'll just be like, but you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. That's why I'm bringing awareness to this very thing that a lot of people are not aware of, because they're so distracted, because the world has made the world very distractive, so that you're not paying attention to the simple awareness of these things called words that we use every day. Someone's ringing a bell. It's just someone driving with probably like sharpening equipment. Yeah. Anyways, this is why it's so powerful to know the power of your words and what you're saying in every present moment, because what you say in every present moment, you actually are revealing it into your experience. You're not creating anything, you're revealing it, because that's really what's happening in the field. It already exists. It's just that you're revealing it with your words. But yeah, if I didn't have the word of sitting, I don't know what my body would be doing right now. That's why, like, without a word, we can't really experience the thing fully. But once we have the word, we can experience it. Like the word obfuscation. For those of you, that word means taking something that's meant to be simple, but we overly complicate it and make it more difficult. That's what obfuscate means. That's one of my favorite words, because I see it time and time again in humanity, taking something that's supposed to be extremely simple, but we're overly complicating it because the mind likes complicated things. The soul wants it simple. The mind wants it complicated. And the mind is basically governing your experience until you allow the soul to lead and let the mind follow suit and work together. So when the mind is working, it wants to solve complex things. And if it doesn't feel complex enough, it's like it's not worth it. So why do it? What's the point, right? That's what the mind does. But the soul is meant to tell you, hello, it's super simple. The answers are right here. But the mind will continue to create stories like, no, it's not right here. It's in like the future. But the future isn't written. First of all, the future doesn't exist because the future is happening in every present moment. Same with the past. The past doesn't exist either. It's happening in every present moment. Every thought you think of the future or the past is still happening in the now, because you're thinking the thought. You're taking the action of the thought in the now. Even though you're in the past thinking and the future thinking, or you're worrying about the future and you're ruminating on the past, you're still doing that in the now. And so the mind doesn't know how to stay in the now because the now is so simple. And because it's simple, the mind doesn't like simplicity. It likes overly complicating things. It likes complex things. So because the now is not complex, it's simple, it's a paradox. It goes over most people's heads. It used to do that for me. I've been told many, many times, be present. What the fuck does that mean? Like, I was unconscious to that idea. Like, what the fuck is being present? What is being present? Some people say right in this moment. Well, what does that mean? And there was a brother, his name is Huang. He would piss me off by saying that all the time. Be present. We're on our Zoom call. He's like, I see that you're distracted. I'm not distracted. Sure you are. You're not being present with me. What did I just say? And I did verbatimly hear what he said, and I would repeat it back. It's like, I know that you heard me, but you're still not actually here. It means shut up and behave. Well, that's your perspective, potentially. That's one way. That's a very heavy way, but sure. But all these people who talk about the now miss the point, because they're explaining some vast esoteric concept that doesn't need to be explained like that. All it is right here. That's it. Nothing more. But the mind can't accept that. It wants it to be difficult, because most people operate from here, not here. I know who Muji is. He's a good dude. I don't need to look him up though. I've already studied enough. But I like your name, by the way. Good name. Use what works. For me, I just so happened to I had enough of like what the fuck this whole now thing. What is the now? What's up, dude? Good to see you, mister. I like your name. Z305. I know I've seen you. It's good to see you again, bro. Like this is the now. Like this right here. Every sound I'm hearing, every word I'm speaking, every feeling I'm feeling, every smell I'm smelling, every thought I'm thinking. It's all right here. This is it. All answers you're looking for right here. But the mind's like, no, it's not. That's not true. That's so not true. So you go and look for something in your external world to tell you that the answer is like, you're looking for the answer, but the answer is right here. So they'll tell you like, look in the now, but you're still looking to something or something external when it's right here in this moment right now, internally. That's not true. Well, that's not how it works in my reality. I was living like you once upon a time, Tony. Always looking for the external, as within, so without. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Everything you're looking for is right here, right now. But you're focusing on the external. Those who focus on the external will get diluted into the external. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I'm just letting you know that you're right, but that's not how it works in my universe. In your universe, that's how it works presently. In my universe, that's how it used to work. Not anymore. I had to shift. For me, like everything's right here. Everything I ever want, right here. What is knowledge? What is knowledge? What is your definition, basically? What is knowledge to you? Everything that everything that all makes you understand. So what does understanding mean? And what is everything? You're missing the point. I already understand what knowledge is. I want to know what it means to you. You're not going to be on my stream for long anyways, because you're not in alignment. I can already tell. So, good afternoon to you too, dude. Yeah, I did read your second dimensional comment on Discord. You can keep acting. Remember, you're a philosopher, so act like the philosopher that you are, not the clown. Happiness. What the fuck is happiness? Tony, I'm gonna get to a point where all words are just made up. Knowledge is just made up too. I live in a realm where everything just is, nothing more. And what that means is there is no meanings to life until you give meaning to it based on your experience. So like right now, I'm just giving the meaning that I'm in the now. I'm enjoying my time. So this is the meaning I'm giving to this moment. But I can also take this same moment and create a negative turn. I can actually make this negative right now if I really wanted to, and start like, I could do that, but I'm not going to. Just everything for me just is. All words are made up, all languages are made up, all knowledge is made up, it's all made up. It's all just, it's just an echo chamber of words. Even every word I'm saying is also made up. If I could, I would not even be speaking. But the problem is we humans, we must use words. We have to navigate the world with our words. But each of us have our own definition. So I ask people of their meaning of their words so I can see where they are. I understand what happiness means, but I want to know what it means for you specifically. Taking meds. Yeah. Why is my mood off? It's not off. That's your perception, Sunil. If you're seeing me as my mood is off, that implies that there's something that's a reflection of you, has nothing to do with me. My mood is not off. My mood is exactly the way it's supposed to be. So the question is, why are you even asking such a second dimensional question? Come on, dude. You know I'm going to be very tough with you. Because sometimes, like, you have the power when you're a philosopher, but then you ask stupid questions like that. Well, it's not stupid, but, like, questions that have no relevancy. Come on, Sano. Let's see. Peace out, Tony. Enjoy. Hello. Well, you also came on when I was having a conversation with Tony, dude. Remember, people's energies go up and down like this. So it also comes down to your perception. And this is the problem that humans do. They make a perception and that's inaccurate. They see it from their viewpoint, but remember, no one can truly understand yourself. So I was married, but what does that have to do with anything? Like, what does being married or have a girlfriend have to do with our conversation? What is the intention around that question? Right. So since you called me loser, just because I answered your question, you basically just made a mockery out of yourself. So thank you. You can leave my stream now. Yeah. Son, we live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men and guns. Who's gonna do it? You? I have a greater responsibility than you could possibly fathom. Lincoln Osiris. Yeah. Great question. So I had a little bit of respect for your mind, Tony. Now I have no respect for your mind whatsoever. So you can keep trolling. You can keep feeding me your troll energy. I'll take it. Yeah, when was war a good idea? You know what's funny? I had this, and I shared this thought before. Imagine a black hole were to come right now to the Earth. Everybody who is whining, bitching, and complaining will have no more things to whine, bitch, and complain about because they're gonna get nuked. If a black hole were to come, like, you're not escaping a black hole. Like, you're done. What's up, Soul Fam? right? So just imagine, just imagine a black hole were to come right now. What are we going to do? Are you going to make peace with reality, or are you going to keep fighting, because you're going to get cooked in the end, right? So yeah. So I'm just like, here's the thing. Like, I know time is ticking for all of us. What's the point of engaging with like nonsense and people who are just not taking things? I'm not here to take things seriously. I'm here to have fun, but I'm here to also lock the fuck in while having fun. You know what I'm saying? What's up, management? Good to see you. I'm here to lock in and have fun, but not be super serious. But the thing is, like, I know time is ticking for myself, and I have something that I have to finish before I leave. And I have to make sure that whoever I'm supposed to talk to in this lifetime before I leave, because I'm sure I'm going to be leaving before a lot of you. I'm pretty sure I'm leaving before a lot of you. A lot of you will still be here after I'm gone. I have to make sure that each of you and you all are aware, so that you guys can carry on whatever you need to carry on and help the rest of the earth remember more of who they are. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, essentially. My knee growing is weird. Any advice? When you say your knee growing is weird, what does that mean? Oh, there's a little like black fly thing that's like hovering around the house, the door. Got to pay attention to that. My knee growing. What helps with mental fog? Slowing down. Knee equals brain? Is that are we now changing body parts names now? Is that what we're doing here? So like, is this now called feet? Is these called toes? Anyways, mental fog. Slowing down as much as you can. Because the mental fog is created because you're going so fast in your reality. Like, you're not able to like chill and like slow down your pace. In order to slow down your pace, though, you're going to have to start to allow yourself to just simply be. And how do you be? Well, you're going to have to find a way to relax. And how do you relax? You see, it's all a chain of events. You're going to have to go so deep within yourself to find time to just like do it. But if you don't know even how to do it, how do you start? Well, reality is either going to keep kicking you in your face until you get the message, or you run into others who are just saying, just be still. Like, the answer is right here. Just like chill out. Allow the mind to just like, it wants to keep wanting you to do stuff. Like right now, the mind wants to go and do something, but I'm telling the mind, chill out, relax, you're good. And so I'm just looking at time because I have stuff to go do. I have an appointment at 1 o'clock. So in order to slow it down and let the mind just like chill out, you're going to have to intentionally just watch your thoughts, knowing that you're not the thoughts, and allow yourself to just sit. Most people cannot sit still without doing something. You'll see them fidgeting. They need to keep themselves like distracted. Sit. Just sit. Don't turn on your computer. Don't look at the phone. Just sit. You don't have to close your eyes. Just sit and watch. Watch the uncomfortability unfold. That's what I had to do last year. I had to sit here in this chair and just observe what the mind was thinking, how I was feeling, and allowing myself to just process the now. And that allowed me to slow down and to remove any fog that was there. There is no fog. I'm so clear now as to what I came here to do because of that. Because of me sitting in the now by just being still. I'm still taking action. I'm consciously still taking an action by sitting still and being in the now. That allowed me to remove all the mental fog out of my head as time went on. I don't know who's saying when. I don't even know what you're even saying. Inbred, like it is what it is. During my walk, it rained. And I had to like walk with like a tree branch to keep the water away from my phone. I got to speak to Dina before I went to the water spot. I got to see Tom on the way as well. I got to meet some new people who their energies was great. I like them. They were pretty awesome. What else? The weather isn't as hot, but I like the heat. I enjoy the heat. What else? I'm basically finding all the wonderful things that unfolded. Oh, not to mention that I got to see the trail. That's a very important one. Like I got to actually be at the trail. I got to experience the trail for what it was. Because every day, there's always something new. It may look the same, but there's always something new happening on the trail. Oh, look, we have someone typing the N-word. How awesome. Thank you for spamming in the chat. No, that's not a train. That's somebody driving around ringing a bell in their car. They are looking to see if anybody has any knives or any sort of like equipment that needs to be sharpened. It's a sharpening tool service that drives around once in a while, and they just ring the bell. Do. Take a break, kid. And yeah, go for it. Let's see. Mr. Z305. We live in a society where lies are appreciated and facts, truth are ignored. Spot on. Spot on, Mr. Z305 just dropped the bar there. We appreciate lies, but we ignore facts and truth. Because that's the society we live in presently. Because a world that has... I'm glad you brought that up, actually. A world who knows the answer is a boring world. And if it's a boring world because the mind doesn't like boring things, it wants complicated things. So we make things more complicated by creating more problems, and that's what the mind does. At the core of it all, your mind does not like simplicity. And your mind, unfortunately, will create problems, and creating those problems creates the illusion of separation. It creates lies. It creates all kinds of stupid shit because it simply doesn't want to accept that all answers are right here, right now. And a society that has all the answers are right here, right now it's not an exciting society. It's boring, and there's no growth. Because if everybody had the answer right now, which everyone does here, but not here, if everybody had the answers here, fully in their head, that we're all one and that this is a made-up world with that's just all energy and this is a hologram, you'd see how many people would just be like, then what the fuck is the point of living? There's no point. So this is why we have contrast, because you can say like the trolls are what keeps things exciting on this stream, right? They keep us on our toes, right? They're the NPC that allows us to master ourselves, while they get to master themselves by being an NPC, even though they're not actually NPCs, but they operate from that paradigm. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see. Thank you, even though I'm not, but you're welcome. All right, so no, God's plan is like the stars hidden by daylight, yet always there, quietly guiding the night. Yep, indeed. I've only seen stuff like that in old movies. Okay, cool. I caught up. Well, I did not unlock your positive perspective or attitude. That is all you, dude. Don't ever give me credit for anything. It's not me. It's you doing it for yourself. I'm just a mirror that reflects back. I don't take credit for people's... The only thing I do is to see that like I'm just here as the vessel to just do it. That's it. But I'm not the one that did it. It's you. You did it yourself. It's 12:24. I have 30 minutes. I'm gonna have to bring out my laptop. I could technically do the call on my tablet, but my tablet doesn't have a good camera. Yeah, I'll have to bring up my laptop. Okay. Will I have enough time to make food? Or get food? Let's go inside for a bit. I don't know if anyone's in the kitchen though. I think someone's in the kitchen, but we'll see. This door needs to open. Hash browns. This thumb, I don't know what the hell happened to it. It's acting crazy right now. It's acting crazy. Yep. Scrambled eggs. Here we go again. Jeanette, how are you doing, sister? Apologies for earlier because my phone overheated and died from the heat, even though the sun wasn't even out. It was so weird. I'd never seen that happen before. It was just time. Yeah, I know. Just the phone doing what phones do, getting cooked in the heat. I do have to get a new phone at some point. The phone is not important, like the newer phone. That's why I haven't got one yet. But the thing is, like, I do have to get another phone because, you know, the heat thing is a little bit of a bothersome. But the same is true in the wintertime when the phone gets super cold. Then it freezes.
then the battery dies faster in the winter as well too. It's crazy. You all know me and my eggs. I love me my eggs. I have no idea what's going on in chat. So they'll be cooking everybody right now in the chat with who's like acting like trolls. Good job, dude. Let's see. Yeah, the phone. At one time, I was walking. It was minus 40 degrees. The phone just shut down immediately. Like as soon as I went outside, like it took maybe a minute for the phone to just like, nope, too cold. Sorry. I've walked in minus 40 before, and I did stream, and it was able to handle it. But there's one day it was just so cold. Like it just turned off on itself. Just like that. Phones don't like heat and it doesn't like the cold. If you put your phone in the freezer and you attempt to turn it on, you'll get warning, phone is too cold message. It simply won't turn on. Of course, in the heat, you'll say phone is too hot. Wait for it to cool down. It's better to have your technology cool than warm. But in that case, when it's like extremely cold, nah, it doesn't like it. It does not like it whatsoever. Shit, I need to put that on. I don't get it. There's nothing even water based underneath my pan. It's been doing that the last couple days. Very cool. What do we got? I'm gonna make scrambled eggs, and then I'm gonna grab some basmati rice, and we'll have pork chops because that was barbecued yesterday. So I'm gonna just make scrambled eggs and put it on the rice. Speaking of which, yeah, there's enough. Yeah. Hey, Princess, good to see you. Apologies if I missed anybody in the chat. If anybody else came on, just locked in right now. Okay, cool. Eggs are this way. And I have some dishes to pack and wash. These silicone spatulas, fucking game changer, by the way, because nothing sticks to them much. All those plastic spatulas, ugh, terrible. Freaking terrible. How many times they got burnt? Crazy. Washing dish.
plastic spatulas are the best, or silicone spatulas are the best. They are the best. They are the best. I ran into it in New York City when I was staying with Jessa. I'm like, holy shit, these are so good. Why didn't we ever use these? See, sometimes you have to experience something to know about something. Because had I not had that experience in New York with Jessa, so I'd be making eggs all the time. To know that she had a silicone spatula. It became easier to use. I gotta scramble the egg here. Princess, how's your knee doing? You feeling better? Let's see. I'm meeting with my PT in a little. I can continue with. Yep. You have to experience something to know something. Because if you don't experience it, then you won't know about it. That's a bar. When you don't experience it, then you won't really know too much about it. But when you experience it, then you'll know about it. Hey, Nancy. I got to remote it. Wait, I got remoted? Was under the table. I must be reading that wrong. I'm probably reading that wrong. Well, Princess, I hope everything does. I trust. Stop saying hope, Orion. Enough of that word. Get that word out of your vocabulary. I trust that all will be good with your therapy, regardless of what's going to happen today. Like, it's going to work out for you always. Reason for, if it wasn't working out for you, you wouldn't be where you are with your therapist, with aquatic therapy. So it will. I know it will. Think of it as you didn't come this far to only come this far kind of thing. That's a bar, write it down. None of you didn't come this far to only come this far. Because if you did, then the universe would be like, I'm done. Bye. Yeah, we should try not to affirm the negative, but it takes practice. Indeed. Because the negative is technically what the world wants you to be in, always negativity. Because if you're negative, how can you open up your perceptions to seeing the other aspects of reality? Because when you're negative, your perception narrows like this. When you're positive, your perception opens like this. Now I gotta warm up food. Still have some more dishes to wash. Time's ticking though, I gotta get rolling. I'll be fine though. That's done. Get that out and get that out.
guys back this way. So, basmati rice. We never used to eat this type of rice, and now we started to eat it because everybody in the house actually likes it. We just usually have like brown rice generally. I'll take that piece of pork chop, warm it up, warm that up. We're doing switch tasking right now. Not multitasking, but switch tasking. Hash browns are done. The eggs are done. The eggs are done. Looking like that today. They're a little bit chunkier than normal, but it's okay. I don't mind it. Let's see, what did Jeanette say? Oh, thank you. Hey Doc, good to see you, dude. I'm just waiting for my stuff to be done. After my call, I might come back on. We'll see. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow, because I have another call at 7 o'clock. So the call should be about an hour, so I'll be finished at 2. After 2, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have about 5 hours. I can stream, or I can just hang out and just reflect. We'll see. I don't know what's going on in chat. No comment, no comment. Yeah, the eggs they're pretty good. I'm just waiting. Oh yeah. Like fire. Now we serve the egg. Grab the hash browns. Big meal. Big meal. Sprinkle more some chili flakes. And I put ketchup on my food is served. Just gotta finish cleaning up my pan now. A little bit of a time crunch, but it's okay. 12:42. So yeah, after my call, I might come back on. I'll just call it chill and chat. So it'll be like a second stream. We'll see. Or I just stay off and then I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see though. We'll see what happens. If I had only one call, it'd be okay, but I have 2 calls. I'm good either way. On these calls, I deliver tremendous value. And if it feels in alignment to them, they will make their decision. We're getting back into the swing of things with calls now. Okay, cool. Let's go. Fuck, it's hot. Don't want to burn myself. Do 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 do. My fingers are burning right now. There. "15 minutes. I'll have more than enough time." Cool. Canadian water, indeed. All right, let's wolf. Let's wolf this down. Yes, they are. They sure are, Rihanna. Here, there's yours. You can have it. Thanks, Stone. Appreciate you. I only have this amount of water left. I have to go get the other bottle. This does feel like an eating channel, but it's not. I will. I will when I go on my call. I'll have my call in 13 minutes. I will. I have to take care of my body. Like, it's imperative that I do. Because if I don't, then who else is going to finish what I came here to start? I wonder if they were still around. What would they be doing in this world? If they were still alive, what would they be doing? And how would they be helping the people?
Buddha, Jesus, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, Krishna, Thoth, Jehuti, Mercury, Enoch. Well, Mercury, Enoch, Jehuti, Thoth are all the same person, just in a different tradition. I wonder how they would handle today's day and age. He came back a couple times. Ah, I didn't put ketchup on my steak, or not steak, but my lamb chop, pork chop. Oh well. They're helping us for sure. They're all watching right now. I'm gonna have to dab some ketchup onto it like that. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I saw smear campaign, but yes, to Rihanna, yes, definitely he can. Or that soul can. We can't succeed in allowing this world to be what it is intended to be and stuff like, yeah. Evie. Oh, I know about that anime. Evie. It's called the Golden Sun, I believe. It's on YouTube actually. It's actually pretty good anime. It's an older anime, but they made a newer version of it. You can look it up. It's called the Golden Sun. Or the Law of the Golden Sun. Let me see. Stop that. Yep, this one. That. The Law of the Golden Sun. Really good anime. It's just a movie. Or it's called The Law of the Sun. Spiritual movie. My bad. Law of the Sun. Oops. God damn. The second one. It's more like you can just see it as like a cartoon version. It's an hour and 43 minutes. If you guys check it out, you might actually enjoy it. It's not really about the anime, it's about what is being shown in that movie. I wouldn't subject you to anime, girl. If you don't like anime, you don't like anime. 53. Almost done. I'm not rushing my food, but I am being present on time. No rush. The Ragnarok one that you said, I haven't seen it, but I know about it, so no. Oh, by the way, I'll make an appearance in that Law of the Sun movie. You'll see what I mean by I'll make an appearance. You'll have to pay attention at somewhere in the beginning of the movie though, and you'll see me. Yeah, you'll see my name pop up on in it. Probably within like 3 to 5 minutes of the movie, you'll see the name Orion show up on the screen. Yeah, check it out. I only ran into that movie last year. I was like, how come I've never heard about this movie? It was pretty cool. All right, y'all. I'm going to have to jump off in a moment, but I appreciate all of you coming on. If you guys see me streaming in about an hour or two from now, cool. I'll be back. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. But I'm not done talking about worry, but we'll see. I'm gonna do my call on my tablet. I have to open up Zoom. Where the fuck is my Zoom? There it is. Oh, it's raining. About to rain. All right, y'all. What the fuck? This tablet has been creating a little bit of a problem lately. Oh, Zoom is being updated. That's why it closed on me. What the fuck? God damn. Hurry up, Zoom. Okay, cool. It's open. It's ready to rock and roll. And I am pretty much done my meal with 2 minutes to spare. Look at that. All right, y'all. Bye, y'all. I'll see you. I'll either see you in an hour, depends, or I'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye, bye, Rihanna. Bye, Evie. Bye, Sunil. Bye, Jeanette. Bye, Anonymous. Bye, Princess. Bye. Who else did I miss? Lottery Energy. Bye. Bye, everybody. Man, there's a lot of you. See you guys maybe in an hour. We'll see. I hate you too. Later, dude. Bye.